Okay, I first want to, at least in Miro, create my new routine in a matter of precision, because I notice I'm being drawn back to distractions in a way that I shouldn't be. Certain distractions are okay for a limited time, but I'm doing them too much. I first want to do that. But before I even get into that, the market has been dumping again. And ETH was hovering around 4K, and now it's back well below that, well below it. And it seems like every micro dump even causes a massive dump in the altcoins, which tends to happen, right? Which seemingly opened up a bunch of new opportunities in tokens. Aki, when it comes to the robotics narrative, and by the way, I have no idea what narrative is actually the play for, the next altcoin run, because the altcoin run hasn't really happened yet. And there is a decent catalyst coming up. I just opened that. I don't know what that is, which is altcoin spot ETFs, which, from my understanding, my very, very, very limited understanding. By the way, now I have this. I retardedly had Miro as a web open as a tab in my browser, a different browser, which means that any time that I was like researching, if I'm on, like, let's say I'm using DRPT, right? And I was researching and I was like here, I click a CA and then I open it on Dex Tools. If I do this, if this is my last using tab, then it would open it. But now it doesn't because it's not a browser. Thank fuck for that. So, saved. I also kind of got annoyed. I was like, do I need a separate application for my criteria flowchart? Because I want to use Miro to take notes as well. Explain what I learned, because that's the only way to actually humble yourself. And, learn. So 83% zoom maybe. Still a bit too sick. Let's optimize this real quick. That works, I guess. That's fine. Okay. So, are crypto spot ETFs the catalyst for Q4? And what else is? So, the main reason why I think Q4 could be decently big for altcoins is, number one is just the mind share, or I don't know how to explain it. Like, there seems to be like a phenomenon, like with like the Ox study, for example, where if you take a bunch of opinions from people who at least know something about the market, the average often is right. Now in crypto, this is like not the best odds still, because things are so out of our control. But if you take the average, this has a high chance of being right. By the way, I'm about to get into my routine. I just want to talk about this first. Why I'm looking into utility plays. So that's the main thing. The other thing is, so who am I talking about? That's a good question. Names themselves, I don't actually even remember properly, but, well, Benjamin Keep, or Cowan, is it Keep or Cowan? Benjamin Cowan, I think. keep is someone else. He is convinced ETH will have a massive run soon. What was it, like he said, like 6K or something? And obviously altcoins will follow. There is the spot alt ETFs, which just got major approvals for like ease of delivery. I think before it was like 240 days of waiting time for some shit. It was extremely strict. I think there is only officially like 1 or 2, but now it is lenient, and there is going to be a massive inflow of altcoin spot ETFs. Like massive, and the waiting time is only for like approval is only like 70 days or something, which means that's like we're September, like December or something. Now when you look back at like hype and the way it works, people, a narrative, I don't know why it happens. Like, for example, there was a Doge ETF that saw like, by the way, this is one of the largest coins of all time. Right after its announcement, like a near 10% boost in price very quickly, I think in 24 hours or something. This is a catalyst way bigger. Because it's so much more altcoins. And what else was I going to say? Yes, the way that hype works is it doesn't have to be released. Like, oh, so it takes 70 days to launch. No, because repeatedly we've seen if people gain traction of something. Now, people really, I've noticed, really want a everyone is convinced it's coming. Now, that doesn't mean it's true, but again, like I said, when some really smart people do believe it, that's where I'm like, okay, this could very well happen. This kind of strategy is the main way that I consider also that, like, robotics, and just in general, like, we can see the world move in that direction. This is not like theoretical, but even like, again, this has, by the way, this has objectively not taken over yet at all. Like, this is not this has not like done really any major moves. How do you know that? Because if you look at robotics, let's go to categories. Look at all these categories. Liquid staking tokens, meme, Doge, like Elon Musk inspired. Market cap of 34, trillion. 16 trillion. We have Bitcoin forks here at 11 trillion. Storage at 4 trillion. IP. Is that what I think it is, by the way? And then all the way down soon. At 173, one of the biggest potential, like a concept that will take over the world soon, and it's actively being built. And you have some of the richest people in the world promising by it, like Elon Musk. Sorry, just quickly, you can see. There's a bunch of videos coming out around this narrative, but it hasn't really obviously taken a hold in crypto yet at all. And the dump in the last 24 hours, again, we could go further for sure, I don't know, but like, peak itself is at 124 million market cap, down all the way from like, this is one of my less interesting ones because just in general for me, when I see coins at like these market caps, 100+ million, and the chart is still where I close this, the chart is still largely just like an upward trajectory. Like even like from this point on, let's be honest with ourselves, I could still just like kind of smooth. There's nothing like this or a massive sell-off. Now that's not bad, like this means people believe in the project, but the upside is also way less. And Aki, for example, I've repeatedly seen as mentioned one of the big potential players in robotics. That is down in the last 24 hours alone, 11.2%. And I'm pretty sure the fundamentals haven't changed. Okay, I'm gonna look at the Telegram. Let's go again real quick. Where is it? Aki. This is this Aki, by the way? Yes. Community chat. Big miss. Hold on, what's he talking about here? I've never used it. Is this base? What is this? Oh no. No, this is on. What am I saying? This is base, right? Is it? You retarded. Yeah, okay. Never used base before, so that might take a couple of minutes to kind of figure out. Hold on, I gotta check something. I hope they don't have like an anomaly in fucking liquidity where the price just doesn't move. 1.1 million. What? Wait, that is kind of fucking insane. Because again, you have to keep in mind liquidity is price potential, like change. So you would think more it's good, but when you have an absurd amount, it's a parachute. It's a parachute for any price movement. It just takes a while for it to happen. Let's check this one. Because again, I need potential upside here. I even considered that peak. They're around the same liquidity actually. Interesting. Is this the same one? Yeah, I think so. It's just that, I mean, I suppose. Okay. Now, so yeah, my point is this is extremely undervalued right now. Like, come on, bro, it's next to fucking rebase tokens. That shit died in like 2022. Like, come on. If you have Olympus in here, like, well, hell nah. Next thing you know, Seifu pops up. Cage Network. Damn, bro. I heard a decent amount of good stuff on Cage Network, but Robo Stack as well. I heard some good stuff about Silencio as well. Robora. Ooh. Ah, fuck, it's up. Damn, I was gonna buy this as well. It's up a decent chunk. Ooh, I was actually gonna buy it right here. That's funny. But I still think this is a premium. Like, they're doing a lot apparently. And their liquidity pool is like much smaller, I think. So in terms of price potential, yeah, like they are significantly smaller in the grand scheme of things. Like, holy shit. So I probably will buy Robora because it just sounded really interesting. I also get paid today by my mom because I did work for like 3-4 days. I'm not gonna scam her, obviously, but okay. Anyway, I don't want to jerk off to fucking price changes because again, this could reverse anytime. I have my eyes on these. What I'm gonna do is, this is too many, like 8 projects. I'm going to focus on the best 3. So 3 I'm gonna put a decent bag in and then pray and let the year play out and see what happens. The minute I see a reversal, and most smart people think the market is gonna reverse, that's my best bet. Again, you have people who, this is just common sense. If you have people who've been studying this shit for like the macro and how that shit works, because that's not really my field of expertise. Well, what is my field? But I kind of take the average of their opinions. Yeah, so I want to cut down this. Are these really the peak projects? Again, I don't know. That's what I think. I want to create my list to at least 10 interesting projects. So I'm going to do that probably right now. Yeah, robotics, just, I don't know. It's kind of what I see most people talk about, as in this will have the most upside potential. It's what the real world tells us has the most upside potential. It's just undervalued right now, in my opinion. So, and yeah, Bitcoin spot ETFs, they're essentially just exchange traded funds. So like companies allow people who want regulatory clarity to buy something. When that bag is larger, when that basket is larger, it's good overall for crypto. And that includes altcoins and a mass scale that is massive. Like 90 something 11 are approved so far, and 90 something were like pending in review or some shit. Okay. So, how do I figure out the best way to find gems right now in the robotic space? And the only tools that I have that are like, I look at who is giving the opinion and I try to figure out, are they trustworthy? Is it like a KOL shill, or, First thing I'm going to do is go on YouTube again and just figure out what people have a good thesis on, like what could do well. Is Apex the next faster? Yeah, anyway. Let's see here.
Welcome back, channel everyone. Today we have an exciting new project to go over. This one is fresh. You're hearing about it early before the masses do. It's a little bit different than what I usually cover on my channel. It's a utility platform. It ties in with AI, and it has some really
Is this guy even real?
cool features we're going to get to in a sec. Additionally, this project just completed a pre-sale on one of the most trusted big launch pads.
It looks like AI.
What's up, Toshi gang? Happy Wednesday. Hope everyone's having a good day. Now, enough of the riffraff. Let's get right to it because we have some big news to discuss involving Base. Base Chain, the network that Toshi trades on. This news dropped.
I don't think this guy's real. Yeah, I don't know. This doesn't look like something I would trust.
You'll know that crypto companies are having a hard time with the banking sector, despite the regulatory progress.
Last week, I highlighted that the AI sector was outperforming and was likely going to be the number one sector to outperform if the market kept on rallying, saying here that the market is hinting at which sector will see the most upside if Bitcoin keeps on rallying.
Lots of people agree with this though, but again, Alki and Peak. And between those, which one is more of a premium right now? Am I using that term right, by the way? Am I retarded? Like, I'm talking of like price potential premium. Like upside potential, which has more premium upside. On discount, I guess I could say, but so, well, Alki is down 10% in the last 24 hours. Peak is down, here this is reloaded, about 1% in the last 24 hours. And Peak is down like 175 million to 125 million. 30% maybe. And I'm not the best with percentiles on that, like ballparking it. This one was at 105 million and now at 69 million. Okay, so this one is easily, obviously, more of a premium in terms of price. In terms of upside, more of a discount, sorry. Silencio, I heard a lot of good things about that. That shit is dumping into the ground right now. It was at 13 million. It is now at 8 million. Now, I haven't properly compared fundamentals or anything like that with Peak and Alki. I probably will buy one of these for sure because they almost seem like the blue chip, but like in terms of blue chip, they're extremely undervalued still, obviously. Robotics coins that people just swear by. Alki.
This was when Bitcoin was in the low 90s. And now it's pushed up into the mid 90s. I spoke about Tau around the same time on the YouTube channel 6 days ago when it was $311, and now it's $370. We're starting to see this AI bid catch some momentum. There are AI coins up 10, 20, 30% in the last 24 hours alone, and it's very clear where the market wants to bid. So in today's video, I want to dive a little bit deeper into a subsector of AI I've never covered on the channel before, and this is robotics. I think this is the perfect narrative at the moment because it captures the overall AI trend, which is really hot, but it's also a future longer term trend that I expect is going to garner a lot of attention. So in today's video, I'm going to be giving you my top picks across the decentralized physical AI infrastructure stack, which covers the humanoid robotics and the robotics sector.
Can't trust his opinion because he's a KOL shill. Fuck's sake.
So at the recent Eastern Economic Forum in Russia, one of Vladimir Putin's
In crypto, narratives come and go, don't they? One day it's AI coins, the next it's Optimus, where blockchain.
KOL shill. Oh, this guy is too fucking goofy. Holy fuck. This fucking geek. God, his fucking face pisses me off. Yeah, I don't know. What the fuck? Where are the videos at, bro? I mean, what? And this guy's... yeah, this is the KOL. Like, this is paid influencer, like, final boss. Like, what the fuck? Oh my god.
Alright, I feel like I'm saying this every other video, but we just witnessed one of the biggest liquidation events of the entire year. Luckily, there's a few coins and narratives that managed to surge past the FUD, and one of those is the robotics AI sector. If you're not paying attention to the robotics narrative in crypto right now, you might be missing one of the biggest opportunities of the cycle. Everyone's busy chasing memes and looking for the next Aster, but the smart money is positioning around utility, and that's where you'll find projects working on automation, AI, and robotics on chain. The narrative is simple. The machines are coming, and crypto is giving them the rails to operate. Just like how DeFi reshaped finance and NFTs reshape digital ownership, robotics could reshape how entire economies transact, do tasks, and connect the real world. It might not be easy for the average investor to see the potential here, especially since you have no real reason to brush up on things like supply chains, manufacturing, or labor statistics. But let me tell you that AI robotics can change the entire economy as we know it. But there's one problem.
What do you think is the main argument for do you had Metaverse that pumped an absurd amount, like Decentraland, like the fucking hundreds of gaming tokens that did exceptionally well, and because Metaverse saw a reinvention of the internet. It was a massive idea that already kind of took place in mainstream YouTube. So how quickly did it pump? Again, make no mistake, I doubt it pumped. So categories, Metaverse is still 76. Huh. Sandbox. I want to see something. The Metaverse Connect 2021. This was October 2021, so pretty much late 2021, early 2022. So any major news around the actual topic pumped it. It's absurd, but like this was like the period of like maybe where we are now with robotics, where obviously it's known, people know about it. It's not like insider info, but it's hasn't really taken a hold yet in the world. But you need some type of catalyst for it to really explode, I think. Though to be fair, the 2, 3, 4, 5x happened quite quickly. And this was September, worst month. October went down, and then October started pumping. Interesting. So you could argue we're like here right now in terms of robotics, where it's known, but then again, this is all that was hype. It was sold to you in a good way. In Q4, Elon Musk plans robotics focus on scaling Optimus production for internal use, potentially starting external sales in late 2025 or early 2026. Also, have to make sure it's not hallucination, but and integrating AI-driven systems like robotaxis into Tesla's business model. While reports indicate some production challenges, Musk's target remains to have thousands of Optimus robots in Tesla factories by the end of 2025. Yeah, I don't know about all that. Historically, Elon Musk's prediction have been off by like a couple decades, but you know, if he hypes it up, that's enough for like a narrative. Where is it right now? Where's the mind share? Google. Trends. Robotics. Worldwide. Past 5 years. Let's see, past 12 months. We seem to be kind of in a lesser interest zone right now, but still. Unitree. Interesting. But I don't fully understand this, by the way. This is like where it has been, but hold on. AI is still very hot. Amount of Google searches. Amount of Google searches stats. Can I know that? Can I find this on here maybe? AI region. China number one.
So, are you ready?
Right there. How's this? Perfect.
Okay. Hold on. Can I compare something? I need to know something. So the biggest metaverse projects, let's assume Aki and Peak will be that. Is it really? Well, at the time it was Decentraland, I think. That was the biggest one. Or Sandbox, maybe. Even well before it hits. Interesting. June, September, October. Here, the video came and it spread like wildfire. Is there any consumer robots for in-house right now? Yeah, of course there is. This is what pops up. Consumer humanoid. Yeah, which ones?
You think about robots in the world probably more than anybody else. What's your vision 10 years from now?
First of all, what will happen is...
Everybody, we're here at 1X Technologies in Palo Alto. Bernd Bornick, the CEO, founder. NeoGamma 1 and NeoGamma 2 over here.
I imagine we're going to have the same level of AI eventually in the robot, where I feel like I'm talking to a fully intelligent being.
And one that is grounded, right? That actually understands what this existence is.
I'm shocked by that.
I'm shocked by that too.
how do we solve the remaining really hard problems in science? This is not going to happen without humanoids. It's almost existential to us for human happiness.
So Salim is constantly saying,
have it look like an octopus and let it operate in all the elegance that an octopus can, rather than trying to constrain it into 5 fingers on this hand that do certain things.
One X. Seeing some decent amount of news. So we have Optimus ramping up production and essentially looking to release them to the wait. So sorry. Just need to be clear. I need clarification on this. Okay, so he just wants a lot of deployments, but if that's true, several thousand. He hasn't done that yet, has he? Musk publicly asserted that 80% of Tesla's future value will come from Optimus and related AI businesses. Remind me again what Tesla evaluates at. 1.3 trillion. I needed. Where is AI at right now, by the way? I just want to see something. I'll continue my question of this in a sec. Categories, AI, artificial, 29. Market cap, 29 trillion. $400 million. Jesus. It's insane, man. It's insane how much it is lagging behind. MAV protection. Bro, it's near MAV protection. I mean, come on. Tell me what has more retail potential, man. What the fuck? Anyway, what was my question? What was my question? Wait, what was my question? I think so 100 million for a while, and again, I did jump all the way to fucking 6 trillion. Sorry. Yeah, 6 trillion. No. No, I'm retarded. Am I insane at this point? Sorry, man, this is 5 billion, not 6 trillion. What the fuck am I saying? 6 billion market cap. I was like, what? So that's at least from its 10x here, that's like a 60x. Impressive. 16 million volume, 24 million volume. But around here it had 100 million volume at least. 100 million, 28. And Monster Robotics. The volume is seriously lacking. What the fuck?
Noticed only 20% of you are subscribed with bell notifications on. So if you want to catch this alpha before the rest of the crowd, I highly suggest you subscribe and turn on notifications. Now, let's get into it. Starting with some market news. The first headline we need to talk about is Tether's massive raise. Tether, the issuer of USDT and the largest stablecoin in the world, announced that it's raising $20 billion at a jaw-dropping $500 billion valuation. Yeah, half a trillion. If they gave that money to me instead, I could have put it to better use, like putting Tether, the issuer of USDT and the largest stablecoin in the world, announced that it's raising $20 billion at a jaw-dropping $500 billion valuation. Yeah, half a trillion. If they gave that money to me instead, I could have put it to better use, like putting it all on red. But to put that amount into perspective, that would place Tether in the top 20 largest companies by market cap. That's on the same level as OpenAI in terms of valuation, and even ahead of major public companies like Costco. The timing is key here. This raise comes just as the CFTC gave the green light for stablecoins to be used as collateral in US derivative markets. Basically, that means USDT is no longer just a trading pair token or a form of crypto payment. It's now officially recognized as collateral for the biggest TradFi markets in the world. And it's no surprise the total stablecoin supply has been absolutely surging. Combine this raise with a regulatory win, and we're going to continue seeing more and more liquidity bridged on chain. I hope you know what that means. That's one less barrier for liquidity to start flowing into. And it's no surprise the total stablecoin supply has been absolutely surging. Combine this raise with a regulatory win, and we're going to continue seeing more and more liquidity bridged on chain. I hope you know what that means. That's one less barrier for liquidity to start flowing into higher risk altcoins down the ladder. Next up, we have to talk about Brazil's Orange making waves. Orange just became the first public company in Brazil to put Bitcoin on its balance sheet with a $400 million buy of 3,600 BTC. This instantly puts them in the same conversation as MicroStrategy when it comes to corporate Bitcoin adoption. What's important here isn't just the buy itself, but what it signals. This is the kind of institutional adoption that tends to snowball because once one major company in a country makes the move, others feel the pressure to follow. And that's when you get other countries joining in on top of that. That's why even though $400 million might not be anything crazy compared to MicroStrategy, it's still an absolutely massive milestone for Bitcoin. As for ETF news, I'm sure you remember how the SEC made a massive decision to speed up the approval process for ETFs with their new rule. Well, we're now seeing the results come in after the SEC approved Grayscale's Ethereum ETFs with this new standard. Not just that, but some experts think there's a huge swarm of over 100 ETF approvals just around the corner thanks to this. So how are the charts looking? Well, we can't ignore the volatility that's been hitting the markets over the past few days. After the September 20th options expiry, which cleared $4.35 billion in BTC and ETH contracts, we saw over $1.7 billion in liquidations hit the market, one of the largest this year. Bitcoin dipped all the way down to the low 110K range, but ETF inflows were still coming in. By September 23rd, Total 3, which tracks the total market cap of all altcoins, excluding Bitcoin and Ethereum, dropped from a local peak of $1.16 trillion all the way to $1.09 trillion, a devastating number we haven't seen since September 22nd. Now, if you're someone who placed some shorts on the market before this happened, you may have made a killing. But to do that, you would need a solid exchange. And I just partnered up with BTCC to bring the Fire Hustle community a killer offer. They're officially like link down below, guys. Check out some of my only plays that were up this week belong to the AI and robotics sectors. So that's what I want to dive into for the rest of this video. At its core, this narrative is about using crypto to power machines, devices, and automated agents in the real world. But of course, robots don't swipe credit cards yet. They need a fast, transparent, and verifiable currency system to interact with other people, services, or whatever else. And obviously, crypto gives them that. So when you see robotics tied with blockchain, you're seeing the start of an economy where machines can operate, trade, and even govern themselves all on chain. One of the most interesting names here is Silencio. This Deepin project started with a simple but strong idea: let machines collect and monetize real-world sound data. Silencio's sound check feature uses decentralized sensor networks to map out noise levels across the world. Anyone can use their phone's microphone to contribute to the data and earn Silencio tokens in return. Then their Silencio Live feature can plug that data into AI and robotic systems. For example, self-driving cars will be able to use live audio data to pick up on events like a crash, horns, or other disturbances and use it to make navigation safer. It could also be used for military and security as well. And finally, the newest AI training feature lets users train AI models to recognize speech and earn rewards in return. This is going to help AI and robotic systems respond to voice more accurately. But here's where it gets crazy. A lot of people don't realize what many of these robotics projects like Silencio are actually built on. The answer is the Peak blockchain. While most blockchains are focused on financial apps, Peak is designed for deep networks where machines, cars, and robots can all work together in one ecosystem. Right now, the Peak network supports millions of devices across dozens of projects, and they've been rolling out major upgrades to improve transaction time as well. As most of these robotics projects grow, Peak will grow too. Just look at the daily active users chart. As for updates, they recently spoke at the Korea Blockchain Conference a few days ago, where they announced an insane new robotics project being built on their chain called Kanaya. Just look at the video for yourself. I'm excited to see how this project turns out because it definitely looks promising. Now, for the final project I want to go over, we got Simple AI. It's tying artificial intelligence directly into robotics and blockchain. The big angle is letting regular crypto users invest in industrial robots. So imagine being able to own a share of a warehouse robot, watch its tasks on chain, and earn yield from its work. That's the vision Simple AI is chasing. They've also launched something called Simple Data, which connects smart devices and robotics hardware to the blockchain so their data is verifiable and tradable. And as for the most recent update, the team announced Simple Vision. This feature is focused on object tracking, letting users detect and monitor objects with any webcam, uploaded video, or live stream. It can also keep track of tasks and activities going on in the feed, score accuracy levels, and create full reports of the tasks completed. This is a massive feature for their vision of AI robot workers, since it can help a warehouse track their robot employees and make sure everything is up to par, all through AI. Now, looking at the charts, I'll warn you that this project is a lot smaller than the other two, with a market cap under $2 million. But I think the team that this project is a...
Take a look at this. The idea did sound kind of interesting. 5%, interesting. 0.8 million. It's launched when? July. Okay, it's relatively fresh. That's good. Simple AI. So essentially, it's almost like a monitoring service for the bots that are working supposedly for you or for someone else. I don't know, but like that, that kind of AI GUI looked interesting. Prove its work on chain. 2 likes, 18 likes. It is very small, but we've just submitted your own beta app or no refuse. The hell? What is this homosexual page, bro? Alright. Hell. Very active, but The app rolling out. Anyway, so it looks kind of interesting, but it's a bit fake. I don't know.
A lot smaller than the other two, with the market cap under $2 million. But I think the team has been doing a great job of launching new features and keeping their vision alive. So I'm definitely going to be keeping a finger on the pulse for this project. But remember, it is high risk and none of this is financial advice. Always do your own research before making any investment decisions. But together, these three projects could help solve different pieces of the robotics puzzle. Silencio is about collecting real-world data for AI and robotics. Peak is about building the infrastructure layer so machines can have identities, transact, and plug into DeFi. And Simple AI is about connecting robotics and making them investable assets. The overlap here is huge, and if robotics and Simple AI is about connecting robotics and making them investable assets. The overlap here is huge, and if robotics does become the next big narrative, these projects could be in for a wild ride. And that's it for today. Remember, just because I'm talking about these projects doesn't mean you should blindly invest. None of this is financial advice. Always do your own research and understand the risk before.
We haven't really talked about this much, but it's kind of infused with AI. Robotics. So for anybody who's been following what's happening with like the Tesla robots of Figure AI, we're basically going to be living in the Jetsons, real life Jetsons. All these robots working with AI. Having basically, for anybody who's seen the show Westworld on HBO, that's going to happen in like 5 to 10 years. And what happens in a world where you have all these robots, you need a source of truth, a way of verifying things on chain. If blockchain is meant to do that, this is basically deepen. We haven't really talked about this much, but it's
In this video, we're going to talk about robotics because this is a pretty new category to crypto and it's been on a rise for the past couple of days. Super interesting. I think it's super early as well. We are still yet to see the major players. So the premise here is that it's very hard to invest in robotics in the real world because basically you can bid on the major stocks. You can probably buy Tesla thanks to the Optimus. You can buy Hyundai, which owns Boston Dynamics, and maybe do a couple of trades like that, but usually those are super large companies. On the other hand, you have smaller companies that are raising capital but are extremely hard to get into because you have to be accredited investor and also have access to this kind of deal flow, which is also very hard because those companies are oversubscribed. So the other way around that is, of course, looking for a speculation side of crypto. And there's been a new category, robotics, just for it, with the leader being PQ, which I already talked about at some point, I think. This is the largest cap by far. They're building the entire network for applications in the real world. First of all, I wanted to start with a couple of tweets. Basically, Simon and Sami, on the other hand, were both calling out for robotics trade, and the entire market is Simon and Sami, on the other hand.
The issue is, yes, he's correct. But what does this mean for Q4? And I need to ensure that the projects have big plans for Q4 somehow. Fucking insider, like sneak in some rat's fucking crevice to figure out what they have planned for Q4, because it's the only way that my bag is gonna pump here.
Hand, we're both calling out for robotics trade, and the entire market is super small, right? It's like $400 million basically. This trend will definitely continue once we get more and more players. Maybe some of the major players, $100 million calling robotics trade, and then Simon and Sami on the other. Hand, we're both calling out for robotics trade, and the entire market is super small, right? It's like $400 million basically. This trend will definitely continue once we get more and more players. Maybe some of the major players will move on chain as well, because I think there's definitely a lot of potential. So I think it's still early. This is the tweet from Simon. The other one is from Sami. You have to be well, he's talking more about the centralized physical AI. Generally speaking, if you think about it, robotic is subcategory of DeepIn, so decentralized physical infrastructure. You can think about it that way, which is also growing and is pretty big. So Sami is already tweeting quite a lot about this new category, which is pretty small. And if you look at the couple of things that you have here, so we're going to have a lot about this new category.
12 million at the time sitting now. Ribera, I need to look deeper into Ribera. That shit is at a premium, I think. RBR. It's up 14%. I should have bought low key, but it's still fine. Again, my take on utility plays, this is why I do need an income, is it's buy and forget. And then pray, see what happens. But you shouldn't go all in. But statistically speaking, I also think it's retarded to get like a 20 bag fucking portfolio. As you don't know what could happen. Oh my god, man. Got too many tabs open, I think. There is some decent news planned for Q4 though. Like, so far I think it has been under-delivered, and I think people know that, and they're like, oh, my elbow hurts. I fucking injured it somehow. Oh, shit. That's fucked, man. There you go. Well, barely pumped, to be fair. Oh, a little bit, like, it's not that significant. We're back at 5 mil right now. And we did 12 million not too long ago. I believe it's undervalued. Like, the floor is like 4.2 mil. So that's why I'm like chart wise, this looks way stronger than, and it's fresher. And it looked good than something like this where like we don't really know. Like the floor is like 80 million, like 78 million. And I think people do people do, even if they don't want to, like consider this. Like they're like, oh, okay, this is like what I'm saying is people look at this chart and they're like, wow, okay, this is like right now at the bottom. If that's potential, like this could moon. This is like still heavily, you know, I don't know. That's just my view on it. I know that's not like it's not a strong enough argument, but this is down a good chunk. Like this might be worth a buy here, but these two chart-wise look the best in terms of like peak. I don't know, man. This is just risky to me. Like I'm saying, if the market dumps, we have a floor here that's quite strong. I mean, we have gone below that a little bit, I guess. So, but it's still somewhat existent, is what I'm saying. It still somewhat exists. Here, we kind of also have like a floor of like 60 mil, and we are at like 69 mil right now. So, peak, just because how I trade, I know it's like a silly argument maybe, but I don't. The upside is also too little. This one is only 69 million. That one is 100. That's like a 2x difference. So yeah, I know it's like, yeah, the utility could be amazing, but I have short-term vetted interest. I need something that can maybe do decently well in the short term. Silencio, 8 million market cap, down from 13 million. Floor still maintained. This could be a decent pick. Again, I will rotate my trading strategies more like DRPT type-ish, but yeah. All right, we're going to take a little break here. First, let's try explain in my own words why I think this is the narrative for 2025 and not like something else. Or, well, the next bull run. So, here are some facts, okay? Why am I so zoomed out? Robotics is coming. Whether we want it to come or not, okay? Okay, so what is that? And it is probably the number one IRL utility in terms of tech. Okay, so it is, when we consider like the world as a whole, you have generative AI, you have like metaverse, cool, but something that has proven, again, we have general purpose. General purpose. General purpose. Specific purpose, which is like industrial. And this is already proven to do that, okay? But what we don't have yet is general purpose. But everyone wants this. And the gap, there's a massive distance that doesn't make any sense between what people want, what is happening in the real world, and the overall market cap of 400 million for robotics category, which puts it at like 170 or something. Okay, let me lock in and play some music here. Okay, so, and how do you know it's undervalued? Well, you look at things when you know it's at fucking anti-MAV, and it's next to shit like Trump-esque tokens. That's when you know, okay, this is probably undervalued. Like, these are not something that has mass adoption potential. So why is that? Why haven't people taken notice yet? It's a good question. And why do you think that shift will jump so quickly? Why do you think that gap? So 2025 catalyst Q4 I think could include Elon, like Optimus Odyssey. Like, they apparently are going to try ramp up production. They had a promise of 5K this year. They still have quite a while, you know. They still have 3 months pretty much. There was the other one. There was this humanoid robot that's coming to, I don't remember the name. What is it? X1, I think, maybe? Hello? Oh my god, why is the app so fucking slow, man? Crash out, bro. Talk about which one has the and why most real world potential in terms of utility. Okay. Well, your best bet is having exposure to a broad range of utilities that will be required. So this is essentially the network of certain things are so critical that you need them. So if you cut them off, you're gonna run into big trouble. But yeah, the goal I think is like you have. Let's talk about all of them. You have I think Silencio is the one, right? Silencio with the eyes. Was it? These all kind of blend together, my bad. Letting me get data. The real world web, right? The real world web, in sense, with the eyes and ears, letting people farm. Essentially, you can sell your data, the world's ears, right? Yes, sorry, ears. What was the eye one then? That was an interesting one. Okay. And then this one had some really cool 3D builder and trying to democratize the AI space in a way that. Let me ponder some of this shit a bit more. I'm gonna take a little break now.
If you make yourself more than just a man, if you devote yourself to an ideal, and if they can't stop you, then you become something else entirely. Which is legend.
People need dramatic examples to shake them out of apathy, and I can't do that as Bruce Wayne. As a man, I'm flesh and blood. I can be ignored, I can be destroyed, but as a symbol, I can be incorruptible. I can be everlasting.
What symbol?
Something elemental, something terrifying.
You started. Why the mask?
Protect the people closest to me.
Yeah, but you were a loner, right? You didn't have any family?
There are always people you care about. You just don't realize how much until they're gone. The idea was to be a symbol. Batman could be anybody.
If you make yourself more than just a man, if you devote yourself to an ideal, and if they can't stop you, then you become something else entirely. Which is legend.
People need dramatic examples to shake them out of apathy, and I can't do that as Bruce Wayne. As a man, I'm flesh and blood. I can be ignored, I can be destroyed, but as a symbol, I can be incorruptible. I can be everlasting.
What symbol?
Something elemental, something terrifying.
You started. Why the mask?
Protect the people closest to me.
Yeah, but you were a loner, right? You didn't have any family?
There are always people you care about. You just don't realize how much until they're gone. The idea was to be a symbol. Batman could be anybody.
If you make yourself more than just a man, if you devote yourself to an ideal, and if they can't stop you, then you become something else entirely. Which is legend.
People need dramatic examples to shake them out of apathy, and I can't do that as Bruce Wayne. As a man, I'm flesh and blood. I can be ignored, I can be destroyed, but as a symbol, I can be incorruptible. I can be everlasting.
What symbol?
Something elemental, something terrifying.
You started. Why the mask?
Protect the people closest to me.
Yeah, but you were a loner, right? You didn't have any family?
There are always people you care about. You just don't realize how much until they're gone. The idea was to be a symbol. Batman could be anybody.
If you make yourself more than just a man, if you devote yourself to an ideal, and if they can't stop you, then you become something else entirely. Which is legend.
People need dramatic examples to shake them out of apathy, and I can't do that as Bruce Wayne. As a man, I'm flesh and blood. I can be ignored, I can be destroyed, but as a symbol, I can be incorruptible.
Why the mask?
Protect the people closest to me.
Yeah, but you were a loner, right? You didn't have any family?
There are always people you care about. You just don't realize how much until they're gone. The idea was to be a simple Batman. Could be anybody.
If you make yourself more than just a man, if you devote yourself to an ideal, and if they can't stop you, then you become something else entirely. Which is legend.
People need dramatic examples to shake them out of apathy, and I can't do that as Bruce Wayne. As a man, I'm flesh and blood. I can be ignored, I can be destroyed, but as a symbol, I can be incorruptible. I can be everlasting.
What symbol?
Something elemental, something terrifying.
You started. Why the mask?
Protect the people closest to me.
Yeah, but you were a loner, right? You didn't have any family?
There are always people you care about. You just don't realize how much until they're gone. The idea was to be a simple Batman. Could be anybody.
If you make yourself more than just a man, if you devote yourself to an ideal, and if they can't stop you, then you become something else entirely. Which is legend.
People need dramatic examples to shake them out of apathy, and I can't do that as Bruce Wayne. As a man, I'm flesh and blood. I can be ignored, I can be destroyed, but as a symbol, I can be incorruptible. I can be everlasting.
What symbol?
Something elemental, something terrifying.
You started. Why the mask?
Protect the people closest to me.
Yeah, but you were a loner, right? You didn't have any family?
There are always people you care about. You just don't realize how much until they're gone. The idea was to be a simple Batman. Could be anybody.
If you make yourself more than just a man, if you devote yourself to an ideal, and if they can't stop you, then you become something else entirely. Which is legend.
People need dramatic examples to shake them out of apathy, and I can't do that as Bruce Wayne. As a man, I'm flesh and blood. I can be ignored, I can be destroyed, but as a symbol, I can be incorruptible. I can be everlasting.
What symbol?
Something elemental, something terrifying.
You started. Why the mask?
Protect the people closest to me.
Yeah, but you were a loner, right? You didn't have any family?
There are always people you care about. You just don't realize how much until they're gone. The idea was to be a simple Batman. Could be anybody.
If you make yourself more than just a man, if you devote yourself to an ideal, and if they can't stop you, then you become something else entirely. Which is legend.
People need dramatic examples to shake them out of apathy, and I can't do that as Bruce Wayne. As a man, I'm flesh and blood. I can be ignored, I can be destroyed, but as a symbol, I can be incorruptible. I can be everlasting.
What symbol?
Something elemental, something terrifying.
You started. Why the
Alright, I'm back. I'm hungry, man. I can't wait. 50 minutes and make some food and continue. Alright. Anyway, we kind of get it now. Like, the question is what will actually explode and what is the most interesting. And the thing is, something I've realized, I think there's this like, that's my issue with utility play, like, and utility gambling, I would just call it, is yes, all of that sounds cool. You have this cool idea, but then everything fails at execution. Or expected interest. Like, what I mean is this. I've had coins where objectively you lay out the idea and it sounds cool, it sounds interesting, but there's always bottlenecks. There's always some reason why it doesn't deliver. Hold on, let me play this.
Go home. Forget this thing. I can recognize an obsession. No good will come of it.
Well, hasn't good come of your obsessions?
At first, but I followed
Okay.
them too long. I'm
So,
a slave. And one day they will
there's that.
choose to destroy
So this is why I like new coin plays, because
If you
it's
understand
predictable.
an obsession, then you
It's
know
based
you
not on a promise of execution, but on
So be it.
the predictability of human behavior. How so? Because when you buy like new launches, right? Like you're predicting it will moon, right? You buy before other people buy. And this is based on like execution, but barely, because it's usually you're not asking for a 100 million market cap. You're not asking for a billion or 10x from something that's already massive. You're asking for a increase that from say 5k market cap to 100k market cap. And all that really requires is a set of predictable parameters usually to play out. Like what? Like having a query, like having, I don't know, like let's say with community, it's like seeing the Telegram, if there's certain characteristics, like there's real people talking. The community is like interested, has cult-like mentality, holder mentality, diamond hand mentality, you could say. The Twitter has usually some alpha following. I've noticed there is active post happening. The artwork looks interesting. Then in terms of parameters, there's maybe like say if it's insider, there's X amount of dormant, and a lack of sellers, and the function funding rug percentile is less than X amount, and the maybe fresh is 0 or 1, at least 1 maybe. And bytecode rug percentile equals 0, and there's a clog percentile less than X amount because they're not farming contracts, and then that plays into how most of the time something is not a farming contract. There is some ethos of the dev. It's interesting, and the probability check that there's at least X amount of functions in the contract, which is a bullish. Like these are the things that are very, like it's a skill almost. It's not guaranteed obviously, but you get good at it. You are banking off your ability to notice objective patterns. And now the thing with utility is the catalyst is almost, you never know. Execution, like who will execute their strategy the best? And I guess the best predictor of this would be who is the team. And remind myself again who is behind Robora, sorry. The Robora team. So Guan Changlua. Bro, what is this? Why does it keep? Strong background research at Google DeepMind. No, this is all legit, which is good. This guy has a lot of followers on LinkedIn. The team looks really good compared to the average team of like. Who is the team here? Now Aki is interesting to me as well, but I'm not sure the team. Founder and CEO. Pretty large team. Now Robora is, I think, one of the more undervalued ones. I mean, it was a little at 20 million. It hit 20 million in one of the worst months of all time, which shows very much strength in the community. And I repeat, if we go to, again, we can't look at these in isolation, we have to compare, but let's see what's. I love this. You heard that, guys. Let's do our part and smash the raid. Again, these guys are having some interesting stuff. Like, they're building a kind of ease of use. They're making it more accessible. It's the first in fragmented robotics. I think they are fragmented data software and hardware into a collaborative blockchain-powered ecosystem. Build, train, deploy, monitor intelligence since robots include as to Web3 hub for physical AI. The DApp is not even out yet. When does the DApp come out? Might just ask. Because again, this lets me know how quickly they respond and how active and how interested the team is. Measure posts per day and posts per week. One tweet. Simple AI, you're connected. I want to check something.
everyone, and thanks for jumping back into the Cryptoverse. Today, we're going to talk about Ethereum. Dubious speculation. If you guys like the content, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Give them
enough time to watch this.
2015 was green in October, 2021, and 2022. But on average, it's a red month. And so what I'm saying is, hey, liquidity will flow back to Bitcoin, especially in October. Dominance is likely forming a low in September. Liquidity is going to go back. And so what I'm saying is, hey, liquidity will flow back to Bitcoin, especially in October. Dominance is likely forming a low in September. Liquidity is going to go back to the king in October. ETH Bitcoin will likely drop a little bit more to that 21-week EMA. And then it'll rocket up to 0.05. And when it does that, it'll likely correspond to Ethereum going to potentially its market cycle top. That's how I think this is going to play out. So if we're sitting here in a couple of weeks and Ethereum is tagging that 21-week EMA, it's probably an opportunity. If it's going sideways and it's not tagging it, it's just waiting for the 21-week EMA to catch up. I don't know exactly how the path to get there. I do think Ethereum will break through eventually, but this is normally a consolidation time for Ethereum. Look at 2021, right? I mean, you know, when you were in that sort of that September, early October timeframe, it was a consolidation phase time. If you look at 2017, you can see September to October, consolidation phase. That's what's happening right now, in my opinion. I think Ethereum is sort of forming out a base before it goes into the final rally, into the market cycle top. That's how I think it's going to play out. We'll see what happens. Am I suggesting you go sell your Ethereum in case it tags 21 EMA? No, I'm not. I'm not suggesting that, because the reality is even if you do that, there's a good chance that when Ethereum does go to the 21-week EMA, you still won't buy it because you'll be scared, right? Because there's going to be something going on and people will be scared. So I'm not suggesting you do that. I'm just saying, look, this is the most likely outcome in my view. Base case is that within 2 to 3 months, Ethereum will be at an all-time high, and it should be above 5K. That is my base case. But in order to get there, I think that 21-week EMA is gonna sort of come into question. Now, is it possible that Ethereum goes slightly higher before dropping down there? Yeah, it's possible. I mean, look at this consolidation phase. You can see it put in a few divergences, right? I mean, you basically had the price going up slightly, but RSI was likely going down during that time. Like if you pull up the RSI, you can see back over here, Ethereum was slightly going up, but the RSI was dropping. That's the same thing going on right now, right? Like the RSI has been dropping as the price is slowly trended up. But ultimately what you got eventually was you got sort of this breakdown down here, and then that was the fuel it needed to then go to all-time highs. So you're either going to see the RSI kind of hang out over here for a while, or it's going to drop and then go right back up. So that's how I think it's going to play out. We'll see what happens. The other reason too, I mean, it's the sort of the rationale behind getting a slight, this kind of extended consolidation phase into late September and early October is because if you go look at say like year-to-date returns of the S&P 500, right? If you look at that this year, and if you compare that to all post-election years, you'll see that we are kind of extended right now. Like the S&P is kind of extended. It doesn't mean that it can't just melt up further, right? Like there are times where it just melts up throughout the rest of September and then goes into October. If that happens, that could be a bad sign because you could have a major top by the S&P in October if that happens. But if you just see it cool off, like a 5% drop or something by the S&P, that'd be a great sign to sort of maybe just reset itself like Ethereum has, and then to go in sort of into that final rally into the market cycle top. So those are my views. That's what I think Ethereum's doing. I wouldn't lose patience with it. And by the way, if I'm wrong about tagging the 21-week EMA, so be it. I bought Ethereum down here. I mentioned I was skimming a little bit on the break of the all-time high just because I thought there was going to be a rejection. But I'm ready for Ethereum to break through 5K. I just don't think it's going to durably happen until it checks in with that 21-week EMA. The 21-week EMA, when Ethereum hit all-time highs, was at around 3,100. Because Ethereum's been going sideways, now it's at around 3,600. In a few more weeks, it could be at, say, 3,800. So what I think you could see is just like sort of a wick below 4K or something. Something like that might happen. Or, I mean, it's possible that it just, goes sideways until it catches up. Kind of like gold, where it did something like this and then up. So either that and then up, or down and then up. If it goes up like this, I think it'll be I think it'll be sort of like a divergence like this one, where it'll still then like drop down here before going back. If you guys like the content, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Give the video a thumbs up, and again, check out the sale on Into the Cryptoverse Premium at intothecryptoverse.com. I'll see you guys next.
Okay, so anyway, pretty much the guy that I would go to for like crypto speculation, as best as I ever could or never would, is Benjamin Cowan. Why am I not subbed to him? But I think I unsubbed when and pretty much what he said is playing out right now. We had a wick right below 4K, and now we're hovering around the 4K range. This is a discount for sure, because again, he does fully, and most people expect that we're going to go back to those kind of higher levels, like 5K plus, for sure. That we're not done yet during the cycle. Simply because October and November historically, just Q4 in general. Well, October, not so much apparently, but we already hit that now lower zone. I don't know if we go lower, because he did say that October. They responded already. Should be out next few days. That's a catalyst, right? What does EDAP actually entail? Don't say it's just a catalyst when you have no idea what it could mean. What are VLA models? I want to at least know what that means. Team is good, I already know that. Whenever the sensor file laid down software agents assigned to perform tasks through a continuous perceive reason act cycle. Robotics are specialist robotics executors, making them essentially smart brains you can embed into physical robots. They're designed for real-world tasks like grasping objects, navigating spaces, or assembling parts using vision, language, action, VLA models to process sensor data, reason about instructions, and generate actions. Unlike general AI agents, since are robotics only, focusing on physical control to unify fragment data and software in the ecosystem. Is this part of the 3D Builder, part of the DApp, or what? No, I don't know. Maybe not. Cool. But I can hardly read this. Roadmap phase 1, planning MVP release of MVP version. For the mother parts of that smart card registry. Okay. Q4 2025. Okay. Focus public beta with user input. Launch DApp marketplace. Enable royalties. Web 2 partnership expansion. Partner with NVIDIA for Isaac Sim integrations and AI simulations. And push for module hardware validation. Okay, so they have a lot planned, give or take. Now, the execution is dependent upon the team and community. Now, this is obviously bullish. Team cooking. Okay. And again, there was this really great video that I saw about Robora. I really liked it. No dislikes, which is a good sign.
In this video, we're going to be taking a look at Robora, which is, in my opinion, one of the
And this was, again, a reminder, 12 September 2025.
strongest robotics projects.
It's currently sub 5 million market cap. This is good. Very good.
Which is pretty small. And if you look at the couple of things that you have here, so we're going to have a look, for example,
let me finish this video first.
The top two coins. Pico is one of them. So if you go to the website, you can see that they consider themselves to be DePIN, so decentralized physical infrastructure, and mostly they want to power the machine economy in the real world. So this is, of course, very close to AI, but AI lives on a cloud. So in a semi-physical, semi-virtual world, here it's all about the different machines that can be used, and they try to decentralize that. They try to provide the ecosystem for this kind of DePIN applications. Similar to that is the second on our list, which is Oki, the list by CoinGecko, of course, BioMarketCap. Oki Labs also building the real world web. The Oki network makes the physical world browsable, navigable, and searchable. Our goal is to make the physical world accessible to AI, so they want to make the connection here. So I think this is super cool. If you look at it, there's a couple of other players that worth exploring. For example, I like really Edge. A lot of people were talking about the Edge. It's been up and down, but usually it's very small coin. As you can see, it has $50 million market cap, which is really small. They're going into the same direction. They try to have this decentralized cloud accessible to AI and future autonomous AI agents, but they also have robotics OS for robotics. That's why they are in this category, and they want to help deploy smarter and faster robots at scale. So I think it's super interesting. Of course, nothing here is financial advice. Crypto is risky, and you can lose all your capital investing. So do your research before jumping in. I think that what's really also interesting in semi-robotics category is the sponsor of this episode, which is IMUA, doing the public sale right now. I was already talking about IMUA in the separate video just about it, but just want to mention
it's winning season. Have a look at the market cap of OVPP, one of Alex Becker's holders. And so why is Becker $1 million market cap in the next few weeks? And that is because Robora are literally one of the first movers. They say that they're first in modular robotics. They only have 2,300 followers over here on X, and they only just surpassed their first 2,000 holders. And so why is Becker partnered with Robora? Well, Robora described themselves as a decentralized AI orchestration platform for robotics and internet of things, designed to unify fragmented data, software, and hardware, I don't know why I'm highlighting that, makes it harder to read, into a collaborative blockchain-powered ecosystem where you can literally design, launch, and deploy anything you want in a 3D drag and drop robotics builder where you can assemble hardware and AI modules really easily, and then earn blockchain royalties with the Robora token by people using those things that you've built. And at the time of recording, Robora token, who is partnered with Across the Rubicon here on this channel, are currently sitting at a $15 million market cap, of which you can see exactly when Alex Becker mentioned it, and the Becker effect here at $11 million market cap, all the way pushed up to a $20 million market cap. But like I promised at the start, there was someone who found this at a $2.6 million market cap way back in August 26. And this is what we do on the channel. This is what we do inside our inner circles. We find who is the earliest to these tokens, because if this continues to soar like EMDR, like TRWA, even like Pinlink in the last cycle, and it's funny I mentioned Pinlink because this guy, CryptoZack LA, was the first to Pinlink, which was one of Becker's biggest runners back in January.
CryptoZack LA. I should see their opinion on this. Cringe. Essentially, one of the things that I like to do, and I think it has high return effect, is like the value of these like public platforms lies within your ability to filter opinions. So like I ignore if I see like KOL influence, project advisor, like these keywords. If it seems like a type of guy who's actually a no-lifer. It's not coming back down. No, kick streamer, fuck no. Looks good. Huge project, so much. No, it's all noise, you know, so. The hell? The prodigal shad, prodigal. So great. 3 snaps. Tests. Great signs. X by 0.52. Source code just got verified. It's not even that great either. Scam. It's kind of a battle for me. Like, I don't even need to complete this list. I just have a strong feeling it's Alki, Cage. I don't know, man. The thing with Cage is they've been out for a while now. Like, I hate to be the one to say it, but The YouTube also is very dead, so it seems like... Does Robora not have a YouTube? Good question. No, I don't think so. Can have to be a good sign. Cajun Berg. This is Jesus, this is dumping. But again, it depends. Cage, where is it? Are using part of my utility? Edit, utility, cage. I'm not even part of that. I'm trying to tell them. I thought I joined it. It's kind of confusing. Cage. I don't like that they restricted the messages though, that's for sure. Does it matter? No, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. September. So this is like, I did rant to 5 mil, but I just held it down. What's the floor? Well, I mean, the floor is like 200. I'm not a fan of the copy pasta, that's for sure.
And welcome to this Aoki community update for September.
Or would they answer that? Let's see what the response is. I want to ask something. Hold on. Sub 4 million market cap with undervalued. And the holder base, if I remember, was very distributed. Pretty certain. Yes, this is smart contract something, right? Or what is this? Contract is okay. This is like something with marketing, or I don't know. 0.5, 0.5, 0.6. No one over. And then if you look at Aki, can I see? Aki cage. Okay. Oof. Jesus. Okay. Thinking of buying a bag soon for sure. Not a big one. I still have some money on. Right now? Well, I don't know. I think so, yeah. Like we're just around the corner of something big. Yeah, but it's been hovering around 4 million. What if it goes down to that? What if? It's possible, yeah, but the floor is 4 million. Like, doesn't really go below that. I mean, it has at the launch day, like, launch week, but beyond that, it seems to be relatively stable. And again, it was at 12. Again, if it hits something like this amount during down periods, I don't know. Again, who knows, right? But
Crypto Zach LA says, just like I said the other day, robotics AI narrative is hot right now, just like the AI narrative was hot at the beginning of 2024 last year. I just aped RBR, Robora token, at a 2.6.
All right, what's up, guys? Today I'm going to be telling you about a couple of new Ethereum with slippage. This project could actually hit 100 million as well, definitely at least 50 million, just like Gray. So that's kind of where I see it in terms of price targets. So that's ultimately where I see it, is in this range of like a 5x at least. Now, a task for businesses, robotics, drag to people, they have the, it basically takes code from AI models like GPT-4 and it runs it safely in a secure sandbox and then returns results. So I think this is a really interesting project. It also, just like Gray, it has never been around during a mania phase, right? And so I believe that this project could actually hit 100 million as well, definitely at least 50 million, just like Gray. So that's kind of where I see it in terms of price targets. So that's ultimately where I see it, is in this range of like a 5x at least. Now, a recently birthed project, can I actually say that, is Robora. So the crypto market is in need of a robotics project, right? There's been AI hype for a few years now, right? But crypto people, they have the attention span of a goldfish and they want that next narrative, right? Feed me, feed me. That's what crypto people are saying constantly with narratives. So a narrative which crypto people have been begging for is robotics, just like in traditional markets with Tesla and, a lot of different, tech companies. There's kind of this move for robotics, and the crypto market space is the same way. So, there has been hype about AI, but now people want to see AI in robotics, right? So that's kind of from the investor standpoint. Now, Robora is this Chinese robotics crypto project. And so basically they're connecting crypto with robotics. So you can see here, modular robotics, endless innovation. So you can see here, decentralized robotics, drag and drop designs for hobbyists to pros. So essentially it's helping build robotics, right? You can take a look at their X accounts. You can see them at, these robotics expos, right? So there has been a couple KOLs which have been boosting the project up. Right now the 24-hour volume is juicy.
That's a good thing as well. KOL liquidity has exited, but utility stays the same. These guys are not fading. Utility plays, I do think you need to be perpetually in news.
Being a part of history, real IoT in action on robotics. So excited to go over what we've been building and what we've been doing. And we have, pretty much the who's who of the space here. So excited to get into this quickly. Get a little quick mic check real quick. But before we do that, So Mr. F, can you give me a quick mic check?
Hey guys, how we doing?
Perfect. Yeah. Got a pretty loaded night. Try to get this all consolidated into 30 minutes, 45 minutes, hour. Hopefully we can get it done quickly. But answer all the questions and also kind of update everyone on what we have going on. There's so much that we've done since launch. So my name is Larry. I'm here. Many of you know me from the space already, from a few different protocols I advise on already, and work with the government and work with the space in general, TradFi to DeFi. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm so happy to be here on behalf of Robora and part of the team. So thank you. And before we get started, need to do a little bit of housekeeping. If you're here, please follow the host, which is the Robora main page. Follow the speakers or any of the speakers. Follow the people that are in here because, you probably know them, and why not help each other, right? Also, let's repost this space as many times as we can. Let's fill that purple bubble down below with as many comments. When you do that, it only helps your exposure on the algorithm and the space as a whole. So when you help this space, you're helping yourself and your network and who you have exposure to. So could be the next best move, and also you're helping Robora out. So yeah, let's get started. I'll introduce myself. I'm Larry Lundy. Been in the space for a long time, over a decade, and here as an advisor for Robora as well, and the host for the space. Let me go ahead and introduce my co-hosts. Go ahead, Mr. F.
Hey guys, pleasure to be here. Yeah, really exciting stuff that we're seeing in Robora. This is my second cycle now in crypto. Kind of started off in mainly memes, but then kind of transitioned into more technical stuff because I think utility allows us to sort of be ahead of the curve, spot trends early that we're seeing in Web 2.
A part of that for a long time. I was part of a lot of the recommendations on Pectra. You guys know, many of you know me from doing policy side advisement on stable tokens and tokenization. That's was my main talk at Inclusion and at the Kyoto Blockchain Festival, was banking the unbankable and tokenization. For this last big event that I was at, it was tokenization, but I had about 40 different conversations on different stages and different roundtables for robotics and also for IoT, and what's the crossroads, right? So when we look at Robora, yes, we have exciting real use case robotics. We have a really strong ethos and model, tokenization model for the decentralized finance aspect, because there has to be fuel to drive this innovation, right? And that's why I really like Robora, because it's a holistic approach to things that we know will be the next, equivalent to the industrial revolution, right? Not since the assembly line, not since the wheel or the book, and print. We're on that cusp of a next evolution, and not just industrialization, but in human development, right? And so we look at a protocol like Robora. Yes, I mean, people like pumps, people like all the financial aspects, but now you have the ability to effectuate, just like Grayscale's model. Why do they choose Web3 for the financial accelerator? Because there's less red tape. Short-term liquidity provides quick innovation, and I think, as you guys know, the team, the people behind Robora, and a lot of the different announcements, be it from academia, be it from real developers here in China, engineers, etc. We have so much going on. It's multifaceted. You have myself. You will see a video with me at ringside. I was actually right next to the ring during the NVIDIA Robot Combat event, the main card. And there's 10,000 people outside the ring. I'm right there, and I video cast me talking about Robora during the match, right on the rope. So you'll see that soon. And before I go into we have a bunch of questions and a bunch of little updates we'll go over, but I want to let you know that we have some real IoT. We'll have, that's my thing, is a lot of first to market things, and I'm excited to be working with Robora as one of the catalysts to bring a real, tangible something that you can use. That's a proof of concept and first to market. So look forward to that. We have some of the top engineers and cross-discipline engineers from mechanical engineering, robotical engineering, computer science, and AI coming on board. And speaking of that, we just had a partnership with Julia OS to bring their MAS, their multi-agent swarm framework, and the MAF as well into. And I don't know if you guys have seen, but if you follow my feed, we just signed an MOU with Huaqing Technologies, which is one of the top 3 automated driving AI research and hardware development centers, as well as alternative fuel, flex fuel, and power plant ECU and ECM manufacturer research facilities, backed by 3 of the top engineering schools in the world. So that will also flow over into Robora, because they have semi-modular robotics factory. And all of this IoT kind of cross-references each other. So we have some strong partnerships. That's one of them. We have some more partnerships to announce, but you guys know me from being on Julia OS. Yeah, some people, some protocols are on the struggle bus based on their charts, but the technology is real, MOUs are real, and the applications are real. So prepare to see some face melters from me in some factories, etc., where you'll actually get to see some of our industry application partners. And I'll hand it back over to Mr. F. Mr. F, what do you think about some of those developments?
So firstly, when I look at the team credentials on Robora, uh, it really stands out to me compared to like some of the other stuff I'm seeing in the market, which probably explains why this last week Robora has been the top leading robotics play. So that to me shows that people are bidding because they're not just bidding because of the narrative, but also who's people like to invest into the team and people who are competent, that have good experience. And I think it's really important to cover because as an investor myself, I'm not just looking at, okay, price go up. Who am I putting my money behind? Who is actually leading this? And so the credentials here is like ex-Google engineers, full stack engineers with 9 years plus experience, hardware innovators from a company called Aircar, which is a robotic system. And then obviously we have guys like Larry who are, putting his face on the line because he believes in the technology and being on the ground in research and development.
Let,
What's the word?
let me
Events.
let me give you guys a little bit of context for what Mr. F just said. Here's a sobering statistic. Over 260 new robotic, Web3 protocols have launched. Do you know how many of them actually have a fully doxed team or someone that will speak with their real name? One, Robora, with complete team, I mean. So 260 plus new projects that describe themselves on Deck Screener or on CMC, etc., as robot products, robot AI, and now I really want to say this. No one really used the terminology IoT until I got onto Julia, and I'll give you a little bit of context. My day job, I advise and I provide analytics for government entities on. And many of you guys know this because I've been doing this for a long time. I come from originally from a security background. I have an emphasis on IoT integration for technologies and integrators in APAC, and that's what I've done. And you got many of you guys remember I was at Certic before. Some of you guys probably remember me from Hash AI. I have a research facility, a data command center. It came from somewhere, probably the guy that's talking to you about it right now, right? So have goodwill and good partnerships and good track record. I've when it comes to mining and security and IoT, I mean I've been there, right? So I carry 2 O-level positions right now, still full time, right? But when I came onto Robora, I saw what was happening. There's some real good Chinese robotics engineers and lead researchers that are on the team, and the project is based production and research wise in China. How could I say no to that? I mean, if you look at me, you can kind of tell I probably belong there, right? So I just happen to speak English pretty well because I'm an American, right? But beyond that, 260 new protocols. Who actually has a real product? Uh, I mean, we're getting there. We have it. At least we have some prototypes. But when I came on, I'm going to bring something that's tangible, something that you can play with and use. And I'm so excited about that, right? And then again, like Mr. F was talking about the team, I don't know of any other robotics protocols, even the top robotics protocols or our peers or competitors, not taking anything away from them, but I mean, I'm here, right? I mean, you can see my face. Like you can see, Drew's much better looking than me, but so I mean, here we are. So I'm gonna we're kind of running. We have so much more to cover. We have more spaces. Myself or Mr. F and a few others will be hosting the spaces with me, but I probably will make this a regular occurrence. We just have so much to unpack. So, Mr. F, are you okay into going into some questions from our DMs because we have lots of them? I think we'll hit a
Yeah,
couple up right
yeah.
now.
Let's start working through them, and we had a lot of
Sure.
questions actually that got submitted, so we had to filter through the most important ones. Um, given that,
Lots.
yeah, given that a lot of new potential believers in the project will be listening to this, and they'll want the most
Oh,
crucial to the point
but
information.
here's a little side note question. People ask why do we have a partnership with Julia on Solana, on Julia OS. Little known fact: Julia native language in a swarm and a multi-frame, a multi-agent system, an MAS. You might have heard of the U.S. Department of Energy and NASA. They use Julia as a favored mathematical load and large data load programming and AI language over C++ and Python, but it also can integrate C++ and Python, and that's why with watching technologies besides our AI automotive protocols, they do a lot of next generation power plant and energy power plants for like methane, methanol, and ammonia. And those training and simulation vectors require much more compute and math loads. So just like the Department of Energy for their nuclear power and gas power protocols, use Julia. So for Robora, and you guys know I advise on Julia as well. Why wouldn't we want to use the most efficient AI language and AI framework as one of the modules? And that's the great thing about Robora. You'll have variety. You'll have the ability to pick different programming language modules for your command and input language for your robotics chassis. So I'm super excited about that, right? So, but let's get into these questions though, really quick. Yeah. So
Yeah, absolutely.
here's one question, and I'll let you get the next question, Mr. F. Can you briefly explain what Robora is and what the main goal of the project is? That's a pretty broad question. I think we went over some of it, but Robora
Yeah,
is a decentralized platform that kind of combines AI and robotics together, right? So again, that's why I just gave reference to our recent partnership. Its goal is to solve, fragmentation and inability to have access to real robotics because it's kind of intimidating. And it brings together vectors like data, modular hardware and software, programming language, enabling the VLA models, and creating incentives and not just that, but self sustainability through a token economy, right? That's, uh, I guess, in a nutshell to condense, and that's why I was using the models from like BlackRock and Grayscale, but especially from Grayscale's technology fund. 80%, uh, DeFi related from main foundationals or their whatever they're invested in, and because of the speed, right? So why do we choose blockchain? It's immutable, and we can settle disputes or settle transactions immediately, and you're not burdened with carrying a bag of cash or burdened with lack of privacy. And for a fast-paced meta like robotics and AI, it's the perfect partner, right? So that's why robotics is the number one trending meta in Web3 and DeFi right now. And I'll let you get that next question from your pool of questions, Mr. F.
yeah, absolutely. So, what is the biggest difference between Robora and other projects in robotics? Robora's hybrid architecture, unlike other projects in the market, are centralized or purely on chain. And this is a very big weakness because as a business, you want to be agile, you want to be able to tap into two different markets. So Robora is able to do that very well, and it's able to separate real-time operations from trust and settlement. So that allows Robora to have both performance and transparency, which sets it apart and allows it to become a category leader a leader in this particular sector, being robotics, and that becomes a very sellable narrative because people want to be able to be involved with something that's doing what others aren't. And yeah, that allows that's what I'd say.
I'm gonna before we get into some of the more IoT or the technology related questions on actual the hardware, I had a very kind of deep question. In what way in what ways will users be able to contribute and get rewarded? And I want you to go back to the post from the Rewora main page where we talk about academic inclusion, right? So usually when we talk about academic inclusion, we talk about hackathons. You might get paid a little bit one time. You might be involved one time and get some accolades. But how is Robora going to change that? And we want to pay people to work and contribute to beyond. I really think Robora as a hybrid token protocol in that it's workflow and Xflow, right? It has an input and output function, and it's self-reciprocating. It's cyclic, right? So how are we doing that? Is by you providing training data or new prompt data and building useful components in the prototype stage that improve upon our engineers or open source or part suppliers and providing better pathways or sharing models. All of these, in contributions, either technical or hardware based, as we go, we want you guys to learn with us, and we want the burr. We want to put the burr in the burr, right? And how do we do that? Is by incentivizing contributing users, not just to GitHub, but in practical applications with RBR tokens. So what do we mean by that? We don't need a hackathon. We can have a build-a-thon, right? Where we incentivize. So many people are excited about robotics at the grassroots level. Wouldn't it be cool if we could have people in our community and watch lots of these other robotics tokens are going to copy this, tit for tat. But my idea was, wouldn't it be nice to have international teams either for technical IoT for like firefighting or medical robotics, and then also for the fun part. We have all of these robotic combat events, like the one that we'll post a video where I'm talking right on ringside. Wouldn't it be cool to have some RBR sponsored, combat teams, right? Or robotic Olympics. You'll see another video from the RBR main page where I'm with the winner of the Chinese robotics marathon competition, right? So you'll see all of that. And that's what I want to see from the community at RBR and Robora as well, is not just interest on the token side, not just interest in the hype, not just interest in what we're building and what you can buy, but are you helping to build and provide more for your community this way? So at the grassroots level, at the organic level, you don't even have to be rich, but if you have some knowledge and you want to incentivize yourself and help your fellow robo engineer, that's the way to do it, right? So I'll let you get that next question, but I really wanted to cover that because it's really a different approach. They can talk about it, but I don't think anyone can give you an exact organic explanation like we can. And that's the idea that I have in my mind, is to sponsor. We have cyber sports team, we have gaming teams. Why don't we have a robotics combat or robotics agility team? And I really think that's the future in organic growth from the open source sector, which encourages more growth than compartmentalized technology sectors. So I'll let you get to it, Mr. F. I'm sorry, that was a really loaded question. So
Yeah, no worries there. Okay, so next question is, how do you envision practical applications of Robora in real world? So Robora is able to support modular robots, AI integrations, deployment and simulation. So it's able to cover a vast amount of different services and skill sets needed within the automation industry, making it very flexible and scalable uh, project and business model that's very demanded in the industrial automation sector, the services sector. And I'll just give you an example where imagine if a hospital um, was able to have robots trained by Robora's platform, right? And all developers had to do was to drag and drop these AI models and just deploy them directly, right? Um, allowing them to to come up with these solutions very quickly and making it very seamless, very convenient for people that previously wouldn't have been able to tap into the sector because it can come across as very overwhelming. Probably requires a lot of dev time, a lot of coding skills, but Robora allows you to cut through that, I guess, that heavy load, that heavy
Yeah.
work. And when it comes to business, there's nothing more important than cutting down costs and time, right? Because that's how you're able to
Just like
scale
in
and keep growing. Yeah.
DeFi, what's the greatest incentive besides decentralization is the hyperdeflationary. You can buy anything back except for time, right? So, like you were saying, robotics itself is really trendy to talk about. It's a trend. I mean, it's the popular. It's the talk of the town. But lowering the barrier of entry is very important because how can people get excited about it if it's too complicated to use and it doesn't have realistic use case, right? So lowering the barrier of entry and making it low-hanging fruit for everyone to enjoy is part of the democratization. I think that's one of the things I really like about Robora. People are like, well, you're on a few different protocols, and I say, yeah, and they have proven growth and they're doing well because the narrative and what they're actually trying to do is applicable to day-to-day life. I want to make that very clear. I work, for several different nation states in regards to bringing them advisory on, CID, AML, tokenization, especially stable token policy. And I'm not going to pick bad things to run on, right? And that's one thing I want to really make clear on Robora is that they have people there that are real life people that I talk to, which is kind of refreshing, right? But again, going back to what you're talking about, Mr. F, lots of the world is suffering an aging workforce or a depletion of people that want to do labor and intensive tasks, right? Robotics will kind of provide the bridge, just like the assembly line provided the bridge. And I think there will be some code of in between. And what I mean by, and I think some of that ethical in between is going to come from protocols like Robora, where you get to be so involved at the organic level, programming, improving, building, and also putting the brakes where full sentience doesn't have to be there. It can be a semi-sentient robot. And that's another talk that I'm giving at another large speaking engagement. But I also spoke at Inclusion. Is me being from a security background, is what are the cutoffs on limiting robotics, right? And that's the great thing about protocols like Robora. You can pick that and choose that. And I envision Robora being a large enough community to have say in the greater good of the space, right? So not just, again, of course, we like the agility of the Robora token. That's very important. It provides some, self subservience. It provides paying, making way for some democratization and for your economic future. But beyond that, it's bigger than that. Just like I always tell people, tokens are, yes, they end up back finally at the almighty dollar, but bigger than that, and it's going to continue to play out is the data and using it as a vehicle for growth and for development. We see so many more creative and more impactful uses of the blockchain as a whole. And if you could have your cake and eat it too, just like traditional financial systems are doing and technology systems, you can almost not separate AI, robotics, and tokenization, along with the new technological revolution for banking and for the financial systems. They're all tied into one. If you don't believe that, you just need to look at things like Grayscale and World Liberty Fi and BlackRock and XRP. They're putting everything together. IP, physical property. And like I said, if we just have our own little piece, why not? And guys, if any of you want to come up, this will be the time to do it. I think we're pretty much on the 40-minute mark here shortly. So before we close out, I'd like to invite any of you that had questions or wanted to speak. If not, I'll see a couple. Me and my co-host, Mr. F, will say a couple things, and we'll see you next week. Excited to. I mean, there's so much. I'm trying my best. I'm a little bit scrambled in my words right now, and usually not. But there's so much stuff that we still have to cover. We have probably 100 more questions. Probably have another 30 questions in my DM. So if any of you guys want to speak, please raise your hand now or hold your peace, and we'll give some closing statements. Anybody? And Robora main, if you see any questions, or hands, you can bring them up. But if not, I'll close with this. Next week, or within the next 2 weeks, I will be flying to a factory, to one of our main supplier manufacturers. They're in the top 100 of prime manufacturers in the world for robotics and automation components, that spans everything from aquatic exploration, domestic home security, and as well as automotive. So be excited to see that. And you'll see some really exclusive co-development, with outreach into partners that no one else would have. So you guys have seen, besides being at exclusive speaking engagements and being a representative, not just for Robora, but for Web3 and technology in general and policy side, you'll continue to see kind of some interesting things. So I guess I'll take this moment to kind of announce that I'm going to be I'm onboarding, or I've already onboarded. I think some of you probably had that assumption. I'm the Chief Integration Technologies Officer at Robora. And yeah, you guys stick on the feed, you'll see. And expect to see lots of new announcements, regular articles, and education. But beyond that, you guys will see all the moving parts for a real robotics protocol with real IoT. So not just the Internet of Things. That's a whole host of different technologies and idioms that go together, but the integration of technology itself as a whole to make Robora not just robust and holistic in the robotics and technology integration fields, but as well as a world-class segment leading, Ethereum leading tokenization protocol. And I call it that because it's self-incentivizing in the future. In our roadmap, you'll kind of see that. Next space, we'll kind of go over some of the main points on the roadmap because we ran out of time. Mr. F, I'm sorry, I'm just kind of running loose because there's so many points to cover, but is there anything else that you have else to say? And I want to thank you for your great canter, and you brought up some amazing points.
Yeah, I think closing statements on my end is I think it's good for everyone to track the progress on the GitHub. I've been making very close notes on the updates. There's frequent updates, the last one being 8 hours ago. So it's good to see the team working on the tech live, the code's there. And yeah, it's good for conviction. People can see that what's being said is actually being built, and there's nothing being fabricated here. Yeah.
I'll Also, I will be bringing on. You'll see some announcements on that too. Really hardcore computer engineering and integration technology engineers with both background and back end and front end, multiple different computing languages and robotics in the medical field. Former Oracle and former IBM. You'll see some announcements for them being added onto the team and some of the top academic talent from around the world. So look forward to that as well. And like I said, we just announced our partnership with Julia OS. Expect to see some modules both on Julia's GitHub as well as Robora's GitHub with cross pollination. And man, I can't wait. I look forward to making. I'm just chomping at the bits to want to tell you guys more, but yeah, there's so much more, right? So it's not going to just be like a one-trick pony. We've got so much coming, and to the greater vision of democratizing robotics on the wheels of Web3 tokenization, right? So excited. Thank you so much, guys, for stopping by. Give a follow to the Robora main account and to any of the speakers here as well. And anyone else who you see up here, great people, solid people, and I look forward to talking to you all very shortly. So you guys have a nice day. Cheers. All right, that concludes the space.
Okay, I just made some food real quick. Of course, while I'm eating.
At 662,000. That is very juicy. There is still buy-sell tax of 5.5, and there's a little bit of inflation, but a max supply at 100 million, so really not bad. Overall, I think this is a decent project in the robotics play and could potentially receive a lot of hype in the future. Now, a project that has been around for over 6 months is Privix, but they're actually relaunching, and Privix did very well. Like if you take a look at it, I mean, the market cap did quite well, going from 500,000 all the way up to 13 million. It's done very well for itself. And recently they have announced that they are relaunching the token. You can read a bit more about it on X, and the relaunch is also going to be on September 17th as well. So Privix is a privacy related project that now is going to be reborn. Essentially, I guess the TLDR is that the project themselves needed a bit more supply for some of the future partnerships and projects that they're going to build out. That's at least how I understand it. And so I definitely think it's one to watch on the 17th of September for the new launch. We'll see how that does. And I also posted this in my group before TGE actually, and then at TGE. So then it was 500,000 for a market cap, soared over 13 million looks like for its all-time high. So this project did pretty well, right? To get in that early, right? Did over 10x. So if you want to see more calls like this, then make sure to join my school group, which is linked at the top link in the description below. Now, the next project is Messiah. So how I understand it is basically you can buy nodes for pretty cheap and you can still run them and earn rewards that way. You don't have to buy expensive infrastructure to run nodes. Essentially, you can have fractionalized nodes. That's how I understand it. So Messiah Network is a project that I was watching way before TGE. I was talking about it in the Telegram group, and yeah, it did pretty well post TGE. There is only 7% of the 100 million circulating. I don't fully like that because then the FDV is quite high, right? I prefer if this was a bit higher, the circulating supply, but it still did very well post TGE, going from around 500 to 700,000 all the way up to it looks like around 3.6 million. It did quite well. Now since then it has fallen kind of flat, and the 24-hour volume has also gone pretty low. If you take a look, I mean, you can just see like how flatlined a lot of it is, right? And right now it's only at 30,000 for 24-hour volume, which is not too good, but there is some price recovery in the chart, which looks good. So this could be a project to watch. All right, now to talk about some honorable mentions real quick. We have Workloop. So this is basically a project that's providing business tools, that type of thing. Basically AI workflow automation, connecting business tools like Slack, Notion, and just handling repetitive tasks for businesses. Now that's kind of the TLDR of the project. So I'm not really sure how that's going to translate and do well in terms of a crypto project. Like, will the average just crypto degen want to buy Workloop, the token, because they speculate that the project is going to go up? I don't really think so. Based on just like providing business solutions for companies. I don't really see it doing well. In fact, I don't really see the need of a token, to be honest. But just like Messiah, the price has bounced a little bit recently, so I'm not really sure. Personally, I'm not holding this one. I'm not quite bullish on it, but it has released within the past 6 months and has done okay in terms of price action. Now, another project is Kiwi. So Kiwi also launched within the past 6 months, and it's basically like for swapping. So you can see they compare themselves to Uniswap, Jupiter, KiwiSwap, 1inch, Banana, right, Pancake, Sushi, and they basically just compare themselves against all of them, and basically they say what they do better than the rest of them, right? Now that is a very tough niche to break through, right? And they've done pretty well. They came from this market cap hovering around 3 million all the way up to 16 million for the all-time high, but it has gone down quite a lot recently. The 24-hour volume is okay, sitting at around 72,000, but it is down 73% for the project. So I think this is one to potentially look out for and watch. I'm not really sure how bullish this project is going to be. Similar to Workloop, I'm just not sure how well it's going to do. I mean, you know, I know there was Papel that came about fairly recently as well, which was another kind of DEX solution. And Papel has done very well. It basically was just trading sideways, and now it's sitting at a market cap at 8.3 million. It had a previous all-time high at around 14 million. And personally, I see Pineapple as doing a bit better than Kiwi, to be honest. That's just kind of my thoughts, just reviewing the product, website, that type of thing. I'm a little bit more bullish on it. So that's all I have for this one. Let me know your thoughts about these in the comments down below. I'll see you guys in the next one.
I'm with the Browning family. I don't know if you can hear this, but this little noise meter.
All right, what's up guys? Today I'm going to be telling you about a couple of new Ethereum, so ERC20 based crypto projects.
I had the honor to sit down with this trader that made more than $20 million in crypto. And recently, he just made another $8 million with this trade. I sat down with him for an hour to know how he finds new coins, how does he manage to get consistent gains, and how we find conviction plays like that one where he managed to go in size more than 300K, but that transformed into more than $8 million today. So here are the best part just for you. Do you have any other tips you would give for someone trading? So you talk about like volume, check a lot of volume. You like the volume from KOL and the volume on the platforms. What else are you looking at?
I have this I have the KOL feed open like a good amount at the time, but I think having these kind of trackers, it's important to kind of understand who these people are as traders and what their style is.
Yeah, the tool he's referring to is TalkChain, where you can see all the KOL trades. You can also filter depending of the market cap.
Wait, what? Stock chain, huh? Yeah.
Cap that you want, and also the KOL leaderboard that lets you know not only who has been the best is him today, but also the volume, how much they traded, what they bought and sold, and what was the tokens that were the most bought and the most sold by some KOLs.
When somebody buys like 10 SOL of something, it doesn't mean the same thing as like, you know, another person buying 10 SOL of something, right? So understanding these people as, you know, what kind of trader they are is very important. Obviously, not everyone has the luxury of like getting to, you know, on a personal level with some of these traders like I have, especially like with meeting all of them. But even the traders you track that you don't interact with like every day, I think it's important to like kind of break down some of their trades and how often they hold, you know, what 1 SOL means to them, what 5 SOL means to them, what 100 SOL means to them. Right?
That's true.
I think a great example of this is like when one of the most like respected traders that I have on my list that's very similar to my style is like JS. The way JS trades is like very similar to mine. So like if I see him buy 5 SOL of something, I'm like, maybe he's gambling, but more than likely it probably is like just a small gamble for him. It doesn't really mean anything. So I don't really have to like dig into it too much, or maybe I could ignore it if it's like a really, really low volume day. But then if I see JS like start blasting 250 SOL of a coin that's like at 4 mil market cap, maybe he really believes in the meme, or maybe he believes in, you know, the people that launched it, whatever it may be. I think, you know, that's kind of like how I understand his trading style and how it compares to mine and how I should like act accordingly. You know, but if you change it to like somebody
Robora, I'm definitely gonna buy. Just kind of pray and hold. In terms of, like, I don't know. Like, am I saying this is gonna do 100x? That's not my thesis at all. Like, but I think at least within the next couple months, if the altcoin bull run does happen, which it's most people think it will, as it stands, I think Robora, you know, does at least a 2x. Because, well, I hit a 2x in the worst point in the market. So, from September 10th to September 15th, already performance of most coins. Most of them pumped. Fair, but there's a floor, there's more argument here. There's a stable floor of like 4 million. Kind of, well, not really, but kind of really. I like the utility, I like the team. It's very small market cap, the liquidity is very small as well. It's got 2k followers on Twitter, it just hasn't exploded yet at all. But the thing is, I don't want to be having to stare at my screen all day. Like, I want to buy and hold and forget about it. Same with if I maybe buy Cage. I don't think I will. But I might buy a little bag of AUK, see what happens to that, because it's down quite a lot and it has good utility. I mean, again, making the physical world access through the web. It's a key space, it's a key concept. Physical world is browsable. Yeah. I don't even fully understand it yet, but again, the result of a cryptocurrency often is the collective opinion and the filter that you put on those opinions. KOLs are generally bad, you don't want too many of those. If it's just KOLs supporting something, then well. So how much would you put in? I don't know, $400 or $500 maybe? I mean, that's a lot, but you know, we'll see. I think for the membership, I'm just gonna go with the tier 2 for now, because I have a good understanding of what I need. A kind of something that consistently reminds me of launches. There's not that much shit launching on these. I can instantly tell if something is not even worth looking into. Mainly as well by that if it doesn't have any socials, so it's Jover. This, again, you want to be the first to look at something and just instantly here. I mean, this is added liquidity, but no one has traded yet. Interesting. It's a nice little challenge anyway. It's not launched yet, so what is this? I have no idea. Is it then just... Huh. Is that... is it... Didn't know that happened. We learn things every day. Is it? Could that be, like... Wait. Did they accidentally launch before they... Surely not. Hold on. Well, token name and symbol aren't unique, pretty sure, so... Yeah, I'm not pretty sure they're not. Did they already launch, maybe? But... website is kind of... so long. I'm probably gonna hit the 4-hour mark, and then I need to go work in the garden for a bit. I don't really want to quit my research yet, but... Again, I think I'm just gonna stick to, for now, again, this is your gambles. Like, here's the thing, you can do infinite research. The actual execution, you can never predict. I mean... I'll just highlight these. There we go. Let's make these the same color. And these ones, I don't know what I'll do with cage. I don't know now. So I have no idea what to rate it yet, but it's 3x. Yeah, I mean, look, shouldn't this be a buy and hold? Yeah, kind of, but like alt cycle is happening. You're gonna take piece. I don't know. Of course, I have timing the bear, but so what do you think? I think this is just a scan coin. If I'm wrong, how do you like? How can you know this? I don't know. Am I retarded? So this just works by how does this work? How does this? I think it simply looks at the ticker and is it inside the source code? Well, yeah, they might have put it inside. So is that really how that works? No. Wait, how does it gather that again? Well, the details here are fine, but I don't know. They just launch it early as a newbie mistake, or? I don't even know. Are we at 4 hours yet? Well, pretty much, and I need to... It's gonna be dark soon. What's the weather today? No rain entire day. Good. Okay, I'm good. But I need to go now, I think. So, yeah, I think that's just... How does it gather that? I need to read that in the documentation. I have no idea. So, because the way it gathers, it could be relevant, maybe. Well, it doesn't matter. I mean, all the things that come through provide counter simulation results, not all. Socials produced. Aha. Okay. Jesus, man. My god. Oh my fucking god, bro. Alright, what are the odds? I'm confused because it's unique, relatively unique code. No rugs here, really. Barely any. Yeah. I'm gonna do shit. At least I doubt it. I wanna see what happens here anyway. Terrible website. What's your take on airdrops? Largely negative, I think, because there's an incentive to, well, fucking elbow hurts so much. Oh. Yeah, I think I might just do that. It saves me capital, not yet the market is dog shit, and I can just do manual spam. Leaves me with like...
Go home. Forget this thing. I can recognize an obsession.
No.
Well, hasn't good come of your obsessions?
At first, but I followed them too long. I am their slave. And one day they will choose to destroy me.
If you understand an obsession, then you know you won't change my mind.
So be it.
Who's your team? About us. It's hidden like this, it's not a good sign. Even if it does exist. Gives you access to the more of that. It's not. It's fine. Alright, wait our time. Close everything. Ponder. Take notes while I'm doing the garden for like, I don't know, say I'll do 2 hours today. I need to get a lot. Depends on how badly my elbow hurts still. Okay, Ribera, keep an eye on that. Should I buy it already now? I mean, you're gonna buy it anyway, right? You're kind of sure about it, right? Yeah. Yeah, pretty sure. But like, Ethereum is dipping a little bit. Does seem undervalued, doesn't it? Yeah, it does, I would say. Might as well, man. See, we'll see what happens after, right? It's gonna be a buy and hold situation anyway. Why don't Uniswap then? Alright, connected. How much will I buy? Decent back. So you're confident that in terms of DRPT, yes, I think the market in that aspect is very dead right now, and it would be a waste of money even, arguably. So this is not really, but again, I get paid if I work, so. Alright, we might do that. And then in the meantime, we just spam contracts. We get really good at this, applying our own kind of personal filters. And yeah, narrative is king, obviously, and we look for red flags. We buy into shit that we think could do okay, and consider snipes and all that shit. So that's 260, let's say 270 that we have to. I'll do a bit less. It's my biggest conviction play though, but even then we gotta be somewhat smart about this. 300. It's 344. We'll do. And we hold and pray, I guess. The thing is, though, look, if the market runs, if altcoins boost, more shit will be launching in general on Ethereum, which means that my new coin strategy will actually work. And if in the meantime you are just now going to spend, yeah, but that's the thing. You could buy now, it will pump as altcoin season arrives, as the bull run hits a little bit, sell for like a 2-3x, and you have more capital to use for your, you know, shitcoin shenanigans, I guess, strategy. Yeah, but we don't know if that will happen. Yeah, but do you really think it's gonna go back to? Do you really think that this coin is going back to like what, like 1 million, 2 million? Like, come on, be so for real right now. Will be a buy and forget thing then, right? Pretty much, yeah. And in the meantime, I can just grind contracts. Maybe 2 more utility plays I'll buy. So I have 3 coins that I'm holding, utility banks. I think this will be my robotics narrative play. I think it's just very undervalued right now. And yeah, beyond that, we keep learning, we keep moving. This goes to 0, it is what it is. Still have decent capital left. Is the upside worth it? Are you not being impatient right now? Like, am I? Maybe. Like, you have a strategy, right? You think it will work if the market runs back up. Yeah, but who knows then? This might not run back up, to be honest. Like, we might be entering a bear market here. I'm thinking of just buying these utility plays, chilling out a little bit with crypto, doing my utility research, and then waiting and praying, essentially. And in the meantime, just learning computer networking, reading. And then when the market rebounces, and again, grinding contracts a bit, seeing what launches, staying ready, essentially. Proving my kind of... staying habitually inside crypto, but not really grinding. We'll do that. Fuck it. Might be Joe over, but eh. That was my buy, I'm pretty sure. I don't know why it's still loading. Okay, we'll do that. We'll keep working for my mom. I'll have a parachute. I'll keep a little bit, like, enough to stay a tier 2 member and have, like, a couple trades. And then the rest I'll just buy the utility place and pray and hold. And then come back in December, you know, to keep an eye on the bull run, the altcoin run. If it does happen, if it doesn't, it is what it is. Bro, Jesus. Okay, now still loading, bro. Fuck. That is annoying as hell. Fucking MetaMask, man. Okay. Failed. I mean, what? Oh my god. I don't give a fuck if it would cost me extra fees, man. Jesus. Alright, let me make sure I don't have it in my fucking portfolio. What? I am holding it. Yeah, I am holding it, okay. Okay, so that will be my robotics play. I'll do get one more robotics play. I want something that is very undervalued. Again, how do you know? You never know, but how the fuck would I even figure out? I don't know. I could. I mean, again, the promise of anything is empty as a fucking wind. Like, you can promise whatever you want. The execution is always where projects fail. So, I mean, if I go by smallest, you know, it's probably a terrible strategy because you need a filter. Now, Aki is down a lot, but this is what I'm saying, man. I had a feeling about this. Like, I remember this was like at 80 million, like, yeah, literally yesterday. And now it's at already 70 million, so you gotta be careful with these things. So that's my conviction robotics play. We'll see what happens. Again, my take is if the altcoin season runs, this should do decently well, okay-ish. Again, I'm not a one-trick pony. I have interest. I like learning. So in the meantime, as I'm holding my utility plays, I'm just scanning contracts. That's a lot of work, though, is it not? Yeah, it is, but I don't mind. It's not like painful work. Just scanning new pairs, but I'm doing it on Ethereum, which is kind of autistic because no one really does that. Alright, now I just wait and pray, essentially. And I forget about it. That's been my strategy all along, and I look for the next utility play. Like, there is not really much point even creating a portfolio. All that will really do is one more, maybe. Yeah, probably. Like a smaller bag, maybe $200. And I want something that's really undervalued and like newish if I can find it, but I doubt it.
Now is in extreme fear. But Alex Becker is literally going to be printing. The majority of crypto right now is in extreme fear. But Alex Becker is literally going to be printing.
What's this guy like glazing Alex Becker? Like, this is the end. Is this the end game boss of KOL Glazer? He's like
10 to 20 million. Even though they were literally, you're going to have to be buying back in at 50. Crypto investors who are House of Crypto has been one of the best macro analysts that I've actually.
All right, I'm gonna go work in my garden now.
You've seen on YouTube, and he's saying funds are brand new projects.
Again, so essentially all of my portfolio I want to allocate at this point in the market. Again, it can dump short term. Like, it's so. I would almost describe currently as a well, like what you got. Everyone kind of agrees that Ethereum will run back up at some point, quite before the next bear market. Like, I know that doesn't mean it's guaranteed, and that means altcoins will somewhat follow. As I think this institutional flow initially has kind of been flushed out a little bit now, and now we have a higher chance of retail re-entering again. So yeah, we'll see. But yeah, I need one more like robotics play. I want something that's even more riskier than Robora, and like a real hidden gem. Damn, there's a lot of mosquitoes in my room right now. But yeah, probably gonna be gone for about 2 hours while I do my garden. I don't want to end the stream because I want to get right back into it when I'm back. Actually, what I'll do is a tactical 1 hour. No, I'll do two. Just in 30-minute kind of increments, and then I take a little break. 30 minutes break, 30 minutes break. So that will be 4 sessions. And I try to get as much done as I can. But if my elbow fucking hurts, also I'm gonna chill out and maybe only do an hour. But anyway, I'll be back.
of this cycle. And in fact, in our inner circle, we've tracked every single one of
there'll be much more debt that is monetized. And that has implications for the value of financial assets. It has implications for the value of the currencies and so on.
Let's unpack that further, the monetization of the debt and what the implications could be. I mean, you're talking about, of course, when we think about the US, we have the world's reserve currency. That sounds like that status is very much, I guess, is it under threat here? Is that what you're essentially saying?
Yes. If you look at those arcs, there are many characteristics of those, but when you get to the end of the arc, if money is hard, when it was connected to gold or it was gold, they always broke that link. And if it was soft, they would always print more money. And you can't raise living standards by printing more money. You can redistribute it. Certainly the money that is being received by those in the form of checks and they go out and spend it helps their living standards. But what it does is it diminishes the value of that cash, and it diminishes the value of bonds, because bonds are a promise to receive a lot of currency. And it shifts wealth to financial assets. It always sends stocks higher, like my 1971 lesson. It always sends gold higher. And it also always shifts the impact of currency. So when we're looking at this, we're going to also see, I think, the rise of the increased importance of China's renminbi as a currency. It's got a long way to go before it's going to be a reserve currency. But I think that one of the important things to see is that you're going to see favorable capital flows for China. And if you do a comparison of their markets, where their interest rates are, where their capital markets, who's doing IPOs, nearly half of the IPOs, depending, we'll find out, but something like 45% of the IPOs there will be done in China's markets, Shanghai and Hong Kong this year, new offerings.
Oh, okay. I was on the wrong screen. So, what does this customize? To be honest, I don't really care to Change name and icon. Let's call this one. What's another narrative that I think is gonna grow? Currently, I don't think meme coins are gonna come back massively. I think that's like a silly argument. I have no idea, man. Like, you can scour Twitter a bit to see for good opinions, maybe. It's a 1 hour timer. We're gonna go off at like 10 p.m. Next crypto narrative. Just seeing good opinions. I know that you have to filter the bullshit, but here are the major narratives. If a narrative makes you want to like, if it makes you confused as to like what the fuck it is, then it's probably not a good idea. This is the concept of simplicity. So Peak and Awk are like 100% of the time put together in the best list. And I repeat between the two. I can create, change name and icon. Robotics. Yeah, I mean, actually, small cap gems. Let's keep it like that. Obviously, just because something is small, it doesn't make it better, but just looking at the chart itself. It's too big though, man. Yeah. Where was I? Economy use of organized machine robots, vehicles, devices. Currently 106 tabs. Play protocols building on top of peak. Let's check. Nee, heb ik niet.
Hoe doet je dat met je oren?
Mijn oren worden niet zoveel.
Brandt die?
Dit is plat, denk ik. En je moet die aanzetten eerst. Die is plat. Die is plat. Ah nee, misschien.
Goed hè?
Ja. AI. I mean, yeah, AI in general, like robotics is one thing, but AI is like still the brain of robotics essentially. AI is not going anywhere. Where is the AI market at right now? I'm sure there's opportunity there too. Like it's just AI, artificial intelligence, decentralized exchange. There it is, 29. I do believe it's the next major run. Like it's kind of, where did it used to be at? Like overall, how can you tell again? I swear it used to be much greater. Even the last 7 days, it's down 10%. So, I mean, and supposedly some type of all season's around the corner. How can I tell key statistics, artificial intelligence, AI agents? I think maybe instead of adding another robotics project, I focus on more AI. I'll see. DePIN, which stands for Decentralized Physical Infrastructure Network, which has to do with robotics essentially, but it's a more specific subsector of that, where it's decentralized of connectivity of physical infrastructure, which is like robotics machinery. DePIN. Again, the thing with opinions is the less popular, the more genuine, the more non-KOL, the more non-influencing. Influencer vibes. Who is this guy, by the way? That's optimistic, isn't it? Yeah, I'm just looking for opportunity here. I'm not sure what to buy yet. All I know is what I do believe is first there's free blockchain for DePIN. Where is this at right now? Again, I need something in the AI robotics. What's the ticker? WMTX. The hell? That's not the type of chart I want to be buying. I don't think this has much upside. The liquidity is probably massive or something, because something like this is a weird chart, man. Yeah, I'm good on that. Maybe wrong, but you know. That's big. Okay, so just to have an understanding a little bit of what it means in the market, really is DeepIn stands for Centralized Physical Infrastructure Network, and it's essentially a solution for centralized robotics, where the infrastructure would be decentralized and people would roll it out. It would be maybe connected. There would be incentive to earn reward, and where would that reward come from? Through actually delivering an economy services, goods and services that the robots would make then. So DeepIn is like the smallest level. A lot of projects in the robotics category have some DeepIn services, but DeepIn is more specific. And often being specific is important. So it's the infrastructure layer, AI is the brain, and robotics in general would be the physical layer. Mm-hmm.
And welcome back to the channel. The last time we saw a market structure like this, traders who got in early.
Welcome back to a brand new video on the channel. Hope you guys are having a fantastic day. Now, AI and DeepIn and storage, whatever you want to call it, it is heating up. DeepIn specifically has been performing really well. Robotics is starting to wake up as well. I will drop a robotics tier list after this one, probably in the next couple of days. However, let's get into this one now. You have to be a little bit, I'm going to be a little bit more conservative just because we are coming towards the end of the cycle. I don't want to be giving crazy price predictions, especially on some of these high caps. Some of the low caps can obviously run. I can potentially give a bit more on those. But let's get into the first one, ASI Alliance. Everyone knows about this one. This is one of the biggest AI projects in the space, but it's only going to do anywhere between a 5x, maybe a 6x, potentially, probably even less than that. Tau, the exact same thing. Tau is a phenomenal project. But you are at the end of the cycle. I think Tau, ASI, some of these projects revenue goes back into buying back the token and burning, and they've just closed their first enterprise clients, which is quite decent, and they are going to potentially get more. But the product. Product is live now, which is Nexus, and it's being trialed by companies like Toyota, which is in itself is quite massive because it shows, even though they might not go through with it, but it shows you have a decent project or product that people are willing to use or at least try out. So I will put this in the 20 to 30x category. Risk to the Have a decent project or product that people are willing to use or at least try out. So I will put this in the 20 to 30x category. Risk to the reward for this project is massive. The ticket is NAI. You guys can search it up.
It's just a fact. It's not really much to it. Minor prone, I would say it's kind of like mid. Nuclei. Huh. This is on Avalanche. So in the last 7 days, dipped quite a month. It's down from 5.5 mil to now 4.5 mil. That level of conviction makes me interested. Though again, that's like every no, it's not really every coin, but so I just want to see when he said this 4 days ago. It's 41 million market cap. That's not nothing. The chart is not something I like to see right now. This guy proves my point, though. People do prefer that, and it's higher probability, I think, for sure.
I will put a list in the description as well, just for people that can't understand what I'm saying. Sensei, another phenomenal project. I think it will do very, very well. This is another X off the lows.
$6 million market cap. 3 months. It's actually down from 50 million. That's good to see. Floor is about 6 million. Okay. Fully diluted valuation 12 million. It's not the worst. Sensei, what is this about? Chatbots powered by AI agents. Problem here is like chatbots. I don't know. Problem is like instantly when you mention something where there's already a monopoly and like the odds of actually this is live. It's already live. Ugh. September. Okay, interesting. The issue is the generative chatbot AI boom has already kind of taken place, which is why in September probably, I mean, it did kind of pump a little bit, not much though.
So the gains are going to be minimal from this point on. If you got the lows, congratulations, you would be up 4x. Another 10x from this point on, you'll be up 40x from those lows. But it's a project backed by $50 to $20 million in revenue. They have over 100K nodes sold now across 130 countries, and they have over 350K data contributors daily. They're listed on some of the biggest, data exchanges in the world. Kaggle, there's one in China, Snowflake, etc. But this is a project, would that revenue to earn?
Hello, everyone. We're going to be talking about 5 potential crypto gems that could at least 20x. 3 of these we've talked about extensively on live stream, but not all of you watch my live stream, so we're going to go over them again. And 2 others, which we're going to start off with, we haven't really talked about. People have mentioned them. I've looked a little into them, and they seem like good candidates. Now, overall, the altcoin market has dumped a lot, 20-30% in the last week or so. So it might be a good time to pick some of these coins up. Let's start off with STBL. That is an RWA/stablecoin/yield generating program. So STBL is a governance token for an RWA-backed stablecoin protocol that separates stablecoin liquidity from its underlying yield. Users deposit real-world assets, or RWAs, to mint a dollar-peg stablecoin called USST, while also receiving a yield-bearing NFT called YLD. This structure allows users to use this liquid USST for payments or DeFi, while still retaining the future yield in YLD NFT, providing a novel way to access stablecoin liquidity without sacrificing yield generation. Sound good? Because you split the two. You can use the USST for basically DeFi operations. You still have YLD, which is an NFT, and it represents the underlying yield of deposited RWAs. So you can make some money from
RWA
that.
stands for real estate with on-chain value. RWA meaning real world assets. Yes, something about real world. I know it's.
You also have the STBL token, which is a governance token used by the community to vote on various aspects of protocol, including collateral types, risk models, and upgrades. So you can also stake this STBL. So key features and benefits: yield without staking. Users earn yield from their RWAs without having to lock up their principal, as liquidity is separated from the yield. Deep liquidity. The protocol transforms yield-bearing assets into liquid, spendable stablecoins, increasing capital efficiency. Governance. STBL token holders can directly influence the development and future of the protocol. Real-world asset backing. The use of tokenized RWAs provides a robust backing for USST stablecoin. Also, basically, I've also looked at how to make money from STBL token itself. So STBL token, which act as the governance token for STBL stablecoin protocol, have experienced significant price volatility, which can represent trading opportunities. Buy low, sell high. We don't need to go over that. We all know how that works. Although people tend to do it the opposite way and lose money. You can use trading bots. We're also not going to go over that either. But the passive income is what we're interested in. You can generate passive income through staking, going to like 10x, 20 billion, maybe not like 20x because of the size and what it debuted at, but still a very, very good coin to actually consider.
In this video, we'll show
bot account.
Deepen decentralized physical infrastructure. This is the next big thing in crypto. Like NFTs in 2021, like AI in 2023, deepen crypto technology. This is.
Where's deepen again? It's like number what? It's not. It's not doing that bad, apparently. Deepin, where is it? Deepin. Elon Musk inspired Deepin. It's Deepin 44. Way bigger than Robotics, but again, down a lot lately, which is good. Aki is like dumped, man. It's positive as fuck. But problem is, I just don't like buying things that are this big market cap. 67 million market cap is just still too. I know that there's more things out there, man, with higher upside.
This is about to boom. Everybody is saying that this is the next big thing. Example, Travis Kling, the founder and chief investment officer.
Is this even a real account?
If you hold cryptocurrency, you're going to want to...
No one likes this guy, though. Like, this guy's full of shit. I don't like that.
Sebrek deep in game with 85 times potential and Mika ready. Have you ever wondered which altcoin actually brings adoption and not just empty promises? Sebrek, or CBCN, could be exactly that deep end game, Mika ready and with truly massive potential. In this video, I'll show you the data, market cap, tokenomics, roadmap, explained simply and clearly. Welcome to TEDx by Marius, your channel for honest data-driven altcoin analysis. Have you ever wondered which altcoin actually brings real-world adoption and not just hot air? Sebrek Network is a DEPIN in the payments sector that's already targeting a real billion-dollar market.
What is going on, guys? Back with another video. So we're finally seeing some good price action with Aught. This is a project that I've been telling you guys to DCA over the past year and more. It's a project which I've always had a lot of conviction in, and you know, if you were lucky enough to get this when it was under the 15 million market cap level, you know, you can pretty much just be sitting back now and wait for the real fun to happen, right?
Hey, y'all there, fellas? Seeing the price of
Crypto robotics is absolutely exploding.
DXB, what is happening, family? Welcome back to the channel.
Okay, YouTube is rinsed, but we got a list here, I guess. Sensei looks interesting for sure. Robora for sure, we already bought. We're gonna hold on to for dear life. What is XYO? So it's the original DePIN first scalable blockchain built for data. It's launching Q4, which is a major catalyst. Followed by some decent accounts, I guess. This is September 6th. I do know that all that talk is kind of pointless. So, September 6th. Price is at 143, 126, okay. It's launched already, or? Okay, this is really bad. So they don't address anything. That's bad. It's really bad. Because, like, again, going back to my point here, this community and the way that people that is handled is law. Like, again, no one cared about utility. People don't care about being entertained. It was never about the cash flow. Brutal. Like, of course, this is an exaggeration, but it's just a kind of a fact. So yeah, that's bad. We'll remove that. That already makes me want to cop out of that. Sensei. December 5th. $0.0011. Pretty much what we're at right now. Okay. Let's update our list though in terms of rename robotics, AI, deepin, gems, Q4. So peak, it's just too high mark. You got Natix. Natix, where is that again? Natix network. That's the type of chart I like a lot more. It's launched when? July. It is newer. Sorry, older. Not a fan of the chart either. It's still just not really Sensei. Sensei, I hear a lot of good things about, though. I need more conviction explanations. Kind of sus. Why is everyone talking about it at this level? Did they do a marketing campaign or something? Interesting. July 18th. And it was only down from there. I think the whole thesis, my goal is I can buy something, hold this, and it's good to go. Like, I don't want to have to check it every fucking day or some shit, you know what I mean? New meta. How is it a new meta? Am I tripping? This shit has been. I mean, in crypto, maybe not, but. SLC is not a bad play. I hear a lot of good things about it too. 8 million market cap. Issue is it's been pumping a decent amount. Mosquitoes, bro.
Right, so in this video we're going to be looking at a potential
What is going on, guys? Welcome back to the channel. And every now and then a project presents itself that has grossed real amount of revenues. And in today's video, I'd like to introduce you to a project that is in a sector that's highly undervalued, in a blockchain that is highly liquid and could end up in the biggest of all exchanges to go absolutely nuts. So if that's your kind of video, guys, you are super early. I've just typed up the buy alert in a VIP Discord. You guys can get in there, join our community. It's just $9 a month. But let's go through this project. So first of all, as you know, I really love projects that can actually show on-chain metrics and bring value into crypto, right? So these guys have a total revenue of 3.9 million. They have deployed over 19,305 deployments. They've done 95 business-to-business integrations, or B2B, and they've grossed over 846,000 in terms of B2B revenue for those integrations. And these stats really continue. Of course, they went into early launches and have deployed on the likes of Zai Games used them, Celestia used them, as well as many other blockchains, Aether as well. And this is highly important because this particular project optimizes nodes. Now, what I want to do is I just want to quickly show you some of these impressive statistics, as well as the KOLs involved, the exchanges involved, and of course, the team is fully doxed. Their close relationship with Polygon-Matic, for you guys the OGs who remember in this space. And of course, Node is basically an AI-powered deep-in orchestration layer. Now, you might be thinking, okay, DXP, what's this orchestration layer? And I'm going to show you, right? So this is Virtual Bacon, for example, right? A Virtual Bacon is backing this project. There's obviously a big KOL, as you guys know, of course. Node is coming, and he said the Node HQ team keeps shipping sooner to power all deep in projects, or soon to power all deep in projects in the orchestration layer. It's very important, guys. In addition to that, what they have is a real team that doesn't stop. So for example here, so these are all the people that's following them, but the project's already on Kraken. July 31st, so what you can see here, and they're in the Binance Alpha as well as the Binance Wallet, OKX Wallet as well. And these are real things that the team has accomplished over the last since obviously going into the funding rounds back in 2024. But to be listed on Kraken, and this is the official Kraken post, this is huge, guys. We're talking about a project that's just $11 million in market cap, right? It's really, really tiny. So when I talk about bringing new projects early, and again, very close to someone in the team, someone has tipped me off, obviously, of this early trading volume, early market cap, and I will show you how the tokenomics are distributed so you can fully understand where we are and how early we are. Just $11 million. Imagine catching an AI tech before it blew off, or an Aether at pre-seed rounds. This is very, very small in terms of the market cap. Like I said, we are going to see real performance here because these guys are not messing about. They're not messing about. And some of the statistics, before we continue, okay, some of the stats are quite impressive. So they went into seed rounds back in May of 24. They recruited enough KOLs in terms of the big guys. But let me just talk about some statistics here that are impressing me anyway in terms of the, there's other people like, Jesus Martinez is in there. There's, of course, the founder of Polygon as well. So they've got a very good backing, very good product, of course. But let's have a look where they came from. So, stats, 3.9 million in revenue, top 10 deep in projects in terms of revenue growth. Okay, 150 million AUM, of course, 70K plus MAUs, and listed across Binance Alpha, OKX Wallet, BitGet, KuCoin, Kraken. And you see where this is going. This is going to have a massive pump to the upside. This is going to have when we talk about crypto right now and where we are in the cycle, I'm very happy with a 5, 10, 20x in a very quick succession. And I think that should be the mindset. Now, the fundraising, 5 million back in May 2024 with prominent players like L1D, BFF, Finality Capital, and Sandeep Nailwal, the founder of Polygon. Okay. So in terms of the team, I went to do a bit of digging, of course, and the team is fully active across all platforms. And another thing I really like is, and I'll talk about the tokenomics in a minute, I really love the way they've done their link tree. And again, CoinMarketCap, CoinGecko, tokenomics posted, bridging, they're claiming for the airdrop, of course, official documents, and again, even their reference to their YouTube channel here. And when I'm looking for projects to do rather well, I want things that are really, really specific. So check this out.
Hello and welcome everyone to another fireside chat featuring Naman, the usual guest, CEO and co-founder at NodeOps, although I'm sure that everyone is already aware. As per the last one we had, we tend to have these fireside chats, you could say like async opportunities, right? When we have some juicy developments in the pipeline, and this time it's actually no different. As a matter of fact, we went live yesterday with our staking.
I really love the fact that they are fully doxed, of course, and these guys are cracking away at these things. But let's have a look at a couple of things. Like I said, all projects could actually learn from this in terms of structuring their overall setup when it comes to the way they lay out the project. So the documentation, there's a lot of detail here, but one of the things I wanted to talk about was their tokenomics. And the first thing they've done is, after CoinGecko and CoinMarketCap, they absolutely talk about the distribution of the token. So 47% of the token is with the community. Initial contributors 15%, incentive 15%, early backers 22%. It is fairly straightforward. IDO, they did raise $5 million, like I said. And this could actually end up being one of Binance's biggest AI deep-in projects. Because right now, there aren't too many decent deep-in projects built on BNB. And that's where the catch is, guys. This could potentially do a quick 10x, a quick 20x. And again, the kind of tokenomics don't really scare me because we are...
Have you already heard of DePIN? While it's not exactly a new concept, the sector has lately been regaining some interest. It might be because it's using crypto and blockchain to make technology and services more available to everyone in the real world. So stay tuned, because in today's video, we're exploring DePIN, its potential, its challenges, and the future ahead. If you're not already familiar with DePIN, let us break it down for you. So DePIN is short for Decentralized Physical Infrastructure Network. It uses blockchain technology and cryptocurrencies to encourage the building and upkeep of real-world infrastructure. Think of it like a ride-sharing service where anyone with a car can sign up as a driver to earn cash, except now it's on the blockchain. With that, there's a chance for better ways to motivate people, there's more transparency, and making things easier by cutting out costly middlemen. Some of these physical infrastructures include Wi-Fi hotspots, solar-powered systems, cloud services, and transportation networks. Individuals can deploy hardware and offer services to others in these areas. The main driving force of DePIN is to create a decentralized, people-owned network that provides a more cost-effective and innovative service than the traditional models that we're used to. Tokens are used to encourage participation from individuals and organizations to collectively build a great product. Participants can pay for services, earn for providing services, and stake tokens to vote in the case where